So, hello, welcome you all to our another edition of Central European Open Source Policy Forum. Welcome if you've already been there last year, and we welcome you very much during this year as well. So, I'm now going to pass my word to Lucy, and she will start this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikola. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome. My name is Lucie Smolka. I am a chairwoman of Open Cities, and I would like to start this conference today. So it is my pleasure to welcome you here in Brno and to this third edition of Central European Open Source Policy Forum. Over these 4 days, which we started yesterday with a workshop on AI models from open source components, we will today continue with our conference on policy and open source. Also, tomorrow and on Sunday, we will continue with Open conference, which is a community-driven conference with rich history. So also, please feel welcome to join us there. So today we are here for quite a unique theme, policy and open source. We would like to bring together policymakers, companies, developers, members of the community from across our region, which means not only Czech Republic, but also neighboring states, and also people from other regions and countries, which could bring a lot of knowledge and information to us. So this policy forum today is inspired by Open Source Policy Summit in Brussels, and we are very grateful that we could have been part of this summit, and we are grateful that we could somehow build this here in Brno, Czech Republic. Also, we are very inspired by Spirit of FOSDEM, world's largest open source developers conference. So, therefore, we invited speakers not only from Czech Republic, from Brno, but also from Austria, Slovakia, and from EU institution, and also from United Nations, to discuss with us these topics, these challenges and opportunities. So this approach we are also trying to mirror in open source innovation hubs, which is our project, Interreg project we are working on with our Austrian partners. And this project tries to foster international collaboration in open source and bring open source closer to academia, closer to cities, closer to businesses in these both regions, and also, and that's a very important stuff, to empower citizens and bring them more quality services. In Czech Republic, we are now building our open source program office. This open source program office, we'll talk about it more today in the afternoon. And this open source office will build on these values, meaning bringing all these experts together and trying to build something better for communities and for citizens. The purpose of this OSPO office is to enable sustainable use of open source in public sector, in academia, and also to grow this community, because still somehow it's a rather niche activity, I would say, in public sphere. We are building this cooperation between Brno and Vienna, which will in the future these open source will be based in Brno and Vienna. We are building 2 of them, and we are also now mapping existing open source solutions, ecosystems, and professionals as experts working in open source, just to build this map of people and projects connected to open source. So over these next hours, today you will hear keynote speech, you will hear panel discussions, you will hear project presentations that will cover public procurement, that will cover education, that will cover international cooperation, and hopefully each of these sessions will bring a different perspective on how open source is important in transforming government, academia, and industry. We are connecting legal experts with IT technicians, developers, policymakers, and we are building this intersector dialogue to bring more information together. So we would also love you, we will also love you, but we would love to encourage you to use this forum, to network, meet like-minded people, and enjoy this day. So ask questions, share experiences, share your knowledge, and together we will hopefully create something better for our future. So thank you for being here. And I really look forward to our discussions and your insights and what will emerge from these discussions. So thank you, and I will pass the word to Nikola again. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Lucy, for starting our conference. And right now we will move forward to the first official speaker that is out of the Open Cities team, which is Nicolas Gates. And he will talk about the digital sovereignty and open source. So please, Nicolas, you can welcome me on the stage. And I've also wanted to remind you, if you will have to leave earlier, you can watch this whole conference on our stream, either online right now or after on our YouTube channel. So I also welcome our online watchers, if there are some, well, I hope so. And now I will pass the word to Nicolas. And for you all, feel free to ask questions during the presentation or even after, because there will be a little Q&A session as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikola. So my keynote won't exactly really tackle the theme of digital sovereignty, but you will see kind of the through lines throughout, and it will be part of the conversation because that's where the conversation is. I was very grateful for the invitation to join this event. OFE, which I work for, is an open technology think tank based in Brussels. I'm American originally, but I'm based in Vienna now, so I'm glad to be part of the Central European open source community. So this is me. I have been based with OFE for about 2 years, and there I focus on a few things. So what I call kind of open source for social good, so digital commons, our engagement with digital public goods, the United Nations, etc. I also work a lot on public sector adoption and reuse of open source software and all of the related questions there, as well as increasingly some of the funding and sustainability issues in the open source ecosystem, which I'll talk about in a moment. So I wanted to frame this kind of initial intervention around the idea of public sector leadership. So basically, what do we need to do, and what are the challenges that we're facing, and how can we maybe make a little bit of a shift to help unlock public sector leadership in this space? So I'll talk a little bit around, the paradox of open source success. So many of you will have heard of the German Sovereign Tech Fund. We've been doing a lot of work recently promoting an EU Sovereign Tech Fund, but at the core of this understanding is the idea that open source software powers virtually everything we depend on, and yet many of the projects that are underpinning this infrastructure are underfunded, understaffed, and fragile. That's certainly not the case for many of these large industrial scale collaborations, and there are many projects which benefit from foundations and from kind of market-driven sustainability models. But on a whole, a lot of the components, especially those beneath the services and applications layer, are in a precarious situation, and should funding dry out, or should anything change, or somebody pass away, a lot can change in these infrastructures, and that can have deleterious effects over time. The public sector is certainly not the biggest contributor to this problem, but they are a contributor, and they're also one of the biggest beneficiaries of open source software. So they have a vested role in helping to remediate some of these issues. There's a bit of a free rider problem. I just got back from a conference in Strasbourg called Numérique en Commun. And we were talking a lot about this free rider issue and how it's both kind of economic, there's not enough investment in the open source ecosystem, but also cultural. So what we're really talking about is both an economic and a cultural problem. We've treated open source continually as this replenishable pool of resources rather than as a digital commons, and that's a theme that I'll come back to, which requires care and nurture. And so we need to kind of change this culture and move towards contributing back because there is a tendency not to contribute back, even if we've seen movement in recent years. So what we're really talking about is increasing capacity, agency, and decreasing dependency on on external vendors and a lack of internal capacity. So this is the current reality, I would argue. It's passive consumption, generally speaking. So public bodies on the whole tend to adopt open source and other digital commons for cost savings and to avoid lock-in. These are some of the most persuasive arguments we see. But my argument today will be that without contribution, we'll fail to solve some of the problems motivating adoption in the first place, creating dependency without ownership. So I'll talk about some examples from some of the work that I'm doing. So I'll talk about this idea of digital commons through the NGI Commons project. I'll also talk about some research we did for the Open Source Observatory, which actually offers a little bit of hope for local government adoption of open source. And then I'll also talk about some of the work we've been doing on open source funding. And hopefully we can advocate for some shifts that'll help unlock public sector leadership across European member states. So these are some of the key barriers that we're addressing. Risk-averse organizational cultures, I mentioned that a little bit briefly. Procurement frameworks, which are outdated. They're designed for products, not the participation of government staff and communities. There's this idea of capital expenditure instead of operational expenditure. How can we actually invest in people rather than in projects? There's also a lack of technical capacity and internal capabilities. Again, broadly speaking, these are generalizations. And there's many misaligned incentives that actually reinforce some of these challenges. So I'm going to present three shifts that I think will help enable that cultural shift that I mentioned and kind of really allow us to treat open source software as a digital commons and to hopefully eventually lead to that kind of economic shift that I mentioned as well. So the first shift I'll offer to you all is active participation. So this is, broadly speaking, the need to engage upstream, to participate in project governance and decision-making, and also the need to engage in community building activities. So this is really what we're talking about when we talk about digital commons. People get confused about the term, and that's for understandable reasons. It comes out of academic literature. It's not really something that's been operationalized broadly at the policy level outside of France. But what it really does is it centers this idea of software and resources, but also the communities and governance that surround them. So what are those, what are we doing? So NGI Commons is a project that was set up to help address the lack of policy coherence in terms of digital commons, so not just software, but data, content, hardware, and all other open technology communities, and then really to link them into funding initiatives and to hopefully create more coherence in terms of how we think about and operationalize the use of these commons in European policymaking. So this is a coordination and support action project that I work on. Resource, so code, content, hardware, documentation, tools, etc. It's really the community and the governance structures that surround it. And there's not a standard for this, like there is with digital public goods, for example. But what you're really talking about is kind of incentivizing us to go beyond the code and to really treat this as a communal resource that needs to be shared. And that relates to ideas of public interest and public participation. And we argue that all three must be healthy for the commons to thrive and to counteract some of those non-extractive business models and passive consumption that we've seen in place. So what are some examples of digital commons? Matrix or Element, I think, is a great example. So Matrix is a secure messaging protocol, and Element is a free and open source software instant messaging client, kind of like Slack, that is implementing the Matrix protocol. So it's one of the most widely used instances of the Matrix. protocol. Both are being developed by the matrix.org Foundation. We use it at OFE. It's improved a lot in the last year. But what you really see is actually governance companies and many others coming on board and actually starting to actively contribute to the project. They're still having challenges at the matrix.org Foundation in terms of sustainability, but you see an increasing plurality of actors coming together in this community, and you see the movement going towards treating this project as a commons and investing in it as something that can really help combat some of the lock-in and dependency we have on other messaging clients. Mastodon and PeerTube are great examples of alternative modes for social media organization. Both projects are being actively invested in and supported as digital commons, but with different governance models. There's still many challenges here, but I think what you see is kind of an adoption of a use case, a reaction to a social moment, for example, the movement away from Twitter, and the real opportunity to do something different. And so I think you'll see this invested in through European policymaking in the coming years in terms of trying to create kind of a European instance of Mastodon, so to speak. And then you have Blender, which is also a really interesting example of the creative economy. So Blender is a free and open source 3D computer graphics software tool. It's not quite being used by the public sector in many cases, but it's widely adopted by the creative economy, and it's being supported by several governments. And this has had wide-scale adoption recently, most notably through the movie Flow, which won Best Animated Feature and was honored at the Academy Awards. So I just offer those examples because I think they help give color to what we're talking about when we talk about commons. And you can certainly understand the value of those communities and the value that public sector participation, but also eventually, hopefully, financing support and investment into those communities would bring. So what I'm talking about when I say that digital commons matter for the public sector is all of this stuff, whether it's sovereignty and security, transparency and accountability, interoperability, cost efficiency, innovation, all the buzzwords, all the things that we think are important and that really help kind of strengthen the role that open technology can play in public administration. So what I'm arguing for with this kind of more active common citizenship is a move from this passive consumption mindset more towards the idea that open source software is not just something that we leverage and that we kind of support at a distance, but it's really something where we join a community, we contribute resources, participate in governance, and share responsibility for sustainability. This is a really kind of different model from how the public sector has really used open source software traditionally, but it's part of the new paradigm, I would argue, and it's really kind of inherent in some of these efforts that we're talking about today, like OSPOs, for example. And again, it's not just policy or economic change, it's about a cultural change too. It's about communicating some of those use cases to a wider public and getting them to realize that open source software isn't what they thought it was and that it can be something different. So if you're interested, we have something through the NGI project called the Digital Commons Community Platform. You can scan that QR code and join the platform. It's still just getting off the ground, but we're trying to share policy updates related to digital commons and open source software through that community. So please feel free to get involved. And if the link doesn't work, just find me after and we can chat about that. The second shift I'll talk about is building capacity. So what I really think we see still is kind of wide-scale adoption of open source software in certain pockets of the public sector across Europe. But what you don't really still see is a lot of internal capacity. Again, it varies. So developing those technical capabilities is vitally important so that they become part of the commons and they're not just dependent on a vendor or a systems integrator. OSPOs are a big way to build capacity, of course, or OSPO-like institutional mechanisms. These are really valuable for coordinating engagement in the ecosystem, but also boosting internal capacity. Part of that is training staff in open source practices and community dynamics. What I'll talk about now, though, is potentially that there's more kind of optimism than I initially thought. While I still think that broadly capacity in the public sector for use of open source is lacking, the recent research we did with the Open Source Observatory at OFE showed that there are positive examples of open source collaboration happening in European local governments. And I think part of the reason for that is actually that there's a more kind of general freedom to experiment and to try out different things. So I'm going to talk about a few of those examples from our project. and hopefully they'll give you some optimism in this area. So this is our study. It was about specifically open source in local governments, and there wasn't a lot of literature out there, especially comparative literature, that actually documented what the adoption rates of open source at the local level looks like. So this research really sought to fill the gap. So our specific unit of analysis was public sector organizations, and we really focused in on adoption and reuse. But we also had a dynamic of the study that looked at cross-border sharing and interoperability as well. And so what we're really looking at is collaborative development and maintenance, and really lessons that can be learned in terms of how the public sector engages with that, but also how that brings in community support and the support of service suppliers. So we outlined 3 different buckets of archetypes in the study that are useful for thinking about those 3 categories. Number 1, kind of the public sector kind of dimension, but then also the community dimension and the service supplier dimension. But in terms of the public sector themselves, which I'm kind of focusing on here, we identified what we call external capabilities, internal capabilities, and quasi-internal capabilities. So external capabilities, that's really the pooling of resources through foundations, local government associations, or through trusted external suppliers. So in the case of international foundations, you see Consul Democracy, for example, which is a platform for democratic participation in public processes, and that's been widely adopted in Spain, but also in communities across Europe. You also see local government associations, for example, OS2 in Denmark, that are really doing the work of kind of pooling the work that goes into open source software and then kind of letting that be shared among all of the different local governments through their kind of participation in this organization, ultimately making it easier for them to adopt these solutions. And then many governments have trusted service suppliers, so people that they work with regularly and that kind of feel like they're part of the government, but are still, at the end of the day, a vendor, and they're dependent on that vendor to implement some of these solutions and maintain them over time. But we also see some movement around internal capabilities, so building the actual capacity to adopt and maintain software, but also contribute back to it within the public sector itself. And this will require kind of different investments and procurement logics over time, but there is some movement there, and you see it in different authorities, particularly ones that are more free to experiment. And then there's also what I call quasi-internal capabilities. So this is actually the area that I'm most optimistic about, is kind of joint stock companies or entities that are owned or subsidized by local governments. So they can have a profit motive, sort of, and they can kind of work with different governments, but they're really kind of owned by a single government, and they have a mandate to work kind of like a normal company would, but they're owned by the government itself. So in terms of internal capabilities, DigiTransit is one example of this. We see a range of public sector authorities in the Helsinki region coming together. So there was 3 different ones that we spoke to for the study, and they all kind of were demonstrating the capacity to actually nurture and contribute back to open source software in a way that was very interesting. And they were also actively engaged in the open source community, particularly through something called Open Trip Planner, which is an existing community that was building regional transport software. It had started in the United States, but then it was kind of moved over to Entur in Norway and was being widely worked on by Entur, but also being cooperated on globally. So this was a really positive example to us of those internal capabilities. Golemio from here in the Czech Republic was an example by the city of Prague of that kind of quasi-internal model. So you see this at a national level, for example, with PagoPA in Italy, but also with Golemio in Prague. You kind of see an example in the form of Operator ICT, which is kind of this joint stock company that's owned by the city of Prague and can do really innovative work around open source, but in a way that's kind of uniquely suited to the needs of a particular city and the public sector. One of the interesting things here was actually that while it was open source under an MIT license, Golemio is heavily customized for Prague's needs. And one of the reasons they actually open sourced it is because their developers wanted to be able to improve code quality and to demonstrate their work in the open. And so while it's not being widely collaborated on outside of the city, there are still benefits of open collaboration. It has, for example, enabled cooperation with kind of the broader region, and it's also opened up the code to other authorities, kind of like a form of inner source, but kind of within the region, which has been very valuable. So you kind of see the benefits of open collaboration even without a huge community as well. And then another example of external capabilities, which I would regard as actually positive, is Parliamator. So there's an organization called Danes Jednovdan, and they're what I would call a non-profit service supplier. So they actually work with kind of parliaments, and they outsource kind of the work to Danes Jednovdan, and they are fully dependent on them, but they do so in a very collaborative way, and in a way that doesn't kind of lock them in because the costs are relatively low, and there's a public interest kind of benefit from being a member of Danes Jednovdan and being associated with them. So again, if you want to read that OSOR study, you can go to osor.eu and go to the reports section, but you can also scan the code here, and hopefully you'll take away some lessons around building kind of capacity in the public sector. And then the last one that I want to talk about is strategic investment. So this is really the idea that we should be getting more investment into the open source ecosystem, specifically financial investment, but also the investment of other resources and attention into supporting open source software. So what we're talking about here is funding maintenance, security, and improvement, as well as supporting community infrastructure and earmarking budgets for maintenance. And I'm going to talk about some of the work that OFE just did on the case for an EU sovereign tech fund. So what we're advocating for with an EU sovereign tech fund, don't focus too much on the name, but is really kind of preserving the core character of what Germany has done with their sovereign tech fund, which is now part of the Sovereign Tech Agency, and scaling up the ambition for open source maintenance, security, and improvement to the EU level. So our study, which was just published over the summer, and we released a policy primer and public letter version last week, recommends at least 350 million euros to be contributed to its budget by the EU, with additional pooled financing coming from member states, as well as industry. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that fund should constitute, but really, even more than kind of a single entity, what we're advocating for here is to increase the level of ambition when it comes to open source funding at the EU level, and indeed across the EU, but also to make sure that that funding is going towards the maintenance, security, and improvement of key open source technology components, not just funding innovation or kind of existing applications or services that tend to get a lot of attention already. So a lot of this movement comes out of originally the Heartbleed crisis, which led to something called the Free and Open Source Software Auditing Program, or FOSSA. This was single millions of euros, but it was still one of the first examples of the European Commission funding open source software. And then you also saw the Log4j kind of events with Log4Shell, and that crisis in 2021 was directly related to the Sovereign Tech Agency emerging, originally constituted as the Sovereign Tech Fund. We're making the case for this funding right now because there's ongoing MFF negotiations, and we hope that that'll be persuasive. There's some evidence that it might be. But we also just have this proposal in our back pocket now so that when the next crisis happens, they'll say, what can we do? And we'll say, well, here is the solution, ready to go. So what is that argument? We're arguing for the EU STF to policymakers in terms of digital sovereignty, cybersecurity, cyber resilience, and competitiveness. So digital sovereignty is really, for us, kind of an end, but what we're arguing is that the EU STF supports autonomy and resilience, so basically the ability to have choice and agency to make decisions, as well as the ability to respond to shocks in times of crisis. Cybersecurity, of course, there's a big mandate for the EU STF to help implement things like the NIS2 directive or the Cyber Resilience Act. And there's definitely security-focused work that the Sovereign Tech Agency has done as part of its mandate. And then there's also this argument around competitiveness. So this has been big in Europe as it relates to the competitiveness compass, as well as Mario Draghi's report. And now it's being formally institutionalized through the budget. So the budget is replacing Digital Europe, which is one of the biggest digital investment arms of the EU, with something called the European Competitiveness Fund. So a lot of this digital investment is being framed through the ability to improve European competitiveness, and that has a specific software supply chain angle, which is, of course, very resonant when it comes to talking about some of those components that we're prioritizing. There's a detailed economic rationale for the EU STF. I won't go into all of it now in the study, but the broad story here is that open source software is hugely valued globally. One Harvard report put it at 8.8 trillion, but that doesn't even account for operating systems. The value of open source software is immense, and that's even true in Europe. So we did a study with the European Commission a few years ago estimating that open source already adds between 65 and 95 billion annually to the EU's gross domestic product, and in fact, it's probably much larger than that. At the same time, open source has challenges in finding viable commercialization paths, and so what we're arguing is not just public funding as a way of solving everything, but as a way of diversifying the funding available more broadly across the ecosystem. If you go into our study, you'll see all the key activities we recommend, so maintenance, security, and improvement efforts, but we also recommend kind of doing a large-scale mapping of OSS dependencies and projects of strategic interest, so really kind of scaling the level of ambition to Europe, and also the need to invest in ecosystem strengthening activities. And then the formatting's a little messed up, but there's a real kind of tension between the need for more centralized and decentralized approaches to funding. So what we're arguing for is a minimum contribution to open source funding, and we're not too specific on where that comes from, though we do have some preferences. But if they do want to do it via a standalone and centralized fund, that would need to be created by legislation. All of the legal aspects of this are detailed in the study, but there could be the potential to do some of the implementation via executive digital agencies that are kind of managed by DG Connect. At the same time, our preferred approach, and it's more in line with some of the criteria we outlined in the study, is a hybrid or shared management structure. And this really leverages established institutional frameworks like the EDIC that allow for pooled contribution of member states alongside EU funding. So we argued that this shouldn't just be the responsibility of the Commission, it should also be responsibility of the Czech Republic, of France, Germany, Austria, Denmark, really a plurality of member states that are interested in digital sovereignty and that are interested in open source and want to see these collective efforts realized. So there was just something that was formally kind of endorsed yesterday by the Commission called the Digital Commons Edict. And we think that there might be some scope to do some of what we're advocating for via that edict. At the same time, we could also create a new edict, but we think there's a lot of potential in the coming months to start doing some of this investment, even while we wait for news of what the EU decides to contribute in itself. So if you're interested in reading our study, you can go to eu-stf.openforumeurope.org. You can also scan our QR code, and that'll take you to the report. You'll also see a more digestible policy primer, so you don't have to read through the 100-page report. And we have a number of other resources available on the website as well. So I think what I've tried to show by highlighting some examples from my work is really just this opportunity for public sector leadership. What I want you to take away is kind of the opportunity that I see. I really do see, compared to 5 years ago, a huge opportunity for open source software in Europe, but still some challenges in unlocking that in terms of public sector leadership. So open source is increasingly being regulated, whether it's via the Cyber Resilience Act or the AI Act. There are provisions for open source software, but we're still largely in a defensive posture. There's growing awareness of the value of open source in digital policy, not just in the larger EU member states, but in smaller ones like Ireland, Poland, Czechia, and elsewhere. So we argue that public sector institutions are well positioned politically to break this cycle, but there's still an element of persuasion that needs to be done. So I think we're better positioned now than we ever have been. But really this cultural change is what I'm advocating for. And that starts with not just digital policy work, but kind of public policy work more broadly. So yeah, we need to continue raising awareness, and we need to continue getting out into uncomfortable communities and kind of communicating our ideas and not just talking to the open source ecosystem. And it's very important for public institutions to lead, of course, because the public sector are one of the largest users of digital infrastructure at scale. Increasingly in Europe, I think, even as compared to other regions, there's really a democratic mandate for public value and not just profit extraction. So particularly when you compare to the United States, for example. And this necessitates different kind of experimentation and kind of alternative modes for technological organization. what I'm really trying to add here is this long-term perspective that's aligned with kind of common sustainability, so really kind of strengthening the capability of governments, incentivizing them to contribute back, really thinking about open source software as a commons and not just something that can help you realize your policy objectives or unlock kind of economic value, which is generally how industry has treated it. And then really unlocking convening power through events like this to kind of coordinate across jurisdictions and sectors, share lessons learned. This can all have a forcing effect in shaping public interest and public participation. So yeah, I hope that nothing was radically new for you today, but I hope this really gave you some food for thought and shows some of the areas that are worth addressing. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nick, for your first presentation, and I will ask if there are some questions from the audience. Perfect. I will give you the microphone so everybody can hear you.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, what do you think about the slogan, term, movement, public money, public code? If you're familiar with it,
yep.
And what's your stance on that?
I wish I had a more informed opinion, but I would say my general reaction is that it's a nice to have, not a need to have. Like, I think it can make a difference around the margins, but I think some of the examples of the code that you've been seeing published on the basis of public money, public code, doesn't actually seem to be high quality code or have a lot of value. At least that's kind of the anecdotal evidence that I've gone. So I think there's a lot of value, and I think it's certainly aligned with my values, the idea that something that is produced in the public should be made, by the public should be made publicly available. But I guess I just haven't seen that done really well so far. And so I would love to see kind of more governance models or kind of best practices being shared on how you can make public code available in ways that actually encourages kind of contribution, support, and reuse, rather than just making it available on a repository for the sake of having made it available, if that makes sense. But I'm certainly not an expert on public money, public code campaigns.
Okay, perfect. Is there another question?
Thank you very much for the presentation. You have talked about public sector leadership, and basically from this perspective means that digital tech sovereignty, tech fund from the Germany, and with what they are doing on the national level, it seems that they are like leading in these efforts in the Europe. Is it right? Or for example, there are some other activities, if you can comment on decentralized base when the cities are connecting to I'm not talking about Czech Republic, but for example in the OS2 and etc. So if you see that there is more for centralized support now, there is more space for centralized support or more for the decentralized. Thank you.
So I think Germany and France's influence is kind of dominant, of course. Germany in particular, you see really positive experimentation across a number of different angles. So with the Sovereign Tech Agency, you see kind of really innovative funding going into the open source ecosystem. With the Center for Digital Sovereignty, you see a bit more of this commons mindset. They have something called Open Code, and through this platform, they actually make it easier for the public sector to collaborate in a regulated way with the open source community. So rather than just getting involved in kind of random repositories on GitHub, they do so in a very intentional way. And they do so with the mindset of kind of bundling all these different kind of projects or commons together through, say, sovereign digital workspaces or different use cases. So I see all this kind of experimentation is really valuable, and there's a lot going on at the member state level. On the other hand, even in a country like Germany that's doing all of this innovative work around open technology, you also see a lot of examples of open washing. So there was a recent announcement that OpenAI and SAP were partnering to implement a sovereign AI cloud, basically, for Germany. And these arguments go to show the kind of influence of big tech and political lobbying as well. So I think there's a lot of contradictions even in the big member states, but I think some of the most optimism I have, is across the smaller member states. So Austria really started recently convening a conversation around digital sovereignty, and I think they're not far away from, at a national level, really investing more into the open source ecosystem. Denmark, where OFE just held our capital series, has a lot of momentum around moving some of their workplace software towards open source, and that's kind of been an entry point for some larger conversations around open source software and standardization. And yeah, I think I see, OSPOs being built in Czechia, being built in Ireland. I think all of this gives me a lot of optimism for what the future holds. I hope that answered your question. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is there another question? I don't see any hands. Perfect. So, before the next panel discussion, I invite you to grab a quick coffee in the foyer. You can grab a quick coffee or a snack, so we can have your full attention for the next panel discussion. And for the panelists, we will start in 10 minutes. Is that okay? Perfect. Thank you.
And let's start with our first panel discussion of today. So I would like to welcome to the stage Ms. Lucie Řezníčková. She specializes in public procurement, addressing topics from the perspectives of both contracting authorities and from suppliers. And moreover, she conducts research on public procurement as a part of her doctoral studies at Masaryk University Faculty of Law. So thank you very much for joining us today, Lucie. Next, I am very pleased to introduce Mr. Jan Volmuth. Jan is a technology professional and development lead. With his background in software engineering, his experience ranges from software delivery to leading technical teams in the international high-impact industry environment. Also, we are happy that he now helps Open Cities by steering technical architecture, engineering standards, and interoperability, also helping public bodies to adopt maintainable open source solutions. Thank you very much for joining us today. You have to push the red button. Yes, please. So maybe I will join you here to make it more cozy. So, are your mics working? Just to...
Hopefully, yes. It does.
Hello.
Hello.
That works a little bit too much.
Okay. So, now we have the opportunity to meet our panelists. So let's dive to the open source and public procurement topic. So we will talk about what challenges we are facing and what we can maybe do better next time. So we'll begin with Lucie. So Lucie, from your research and practice, what are the main barriers to adopting open source software in public procurement? How do contracting authorities and suppliers view differ?
Does it work? It does. From my point of view, the main barrier to adopting open source software is that the contracting authorities actually lack the legal expertise and that they do not actively pursue the collaboration with all of the people from the necessary areas. They usually don't know how to deal with the proper licensing, with open sourcing, and they actually don't know how to transform open resource licensing to the contract closures, and they just don't know how to deal with it. So that's where we need to collaborate with other people, lawyers, experts, and so on. They also don't know how to deal with the liability because, it's better. With liabilities because they just don't know who's gonna be liable for the failure of the software or for another damages. We can also talk about other intellectual property questions, or maybe the question of compatibility with the software they may already have, but it will be a long story. From my point of view, also most of the contracting authorities believe that open source is less secure because the source code is public. But it doesn't have to be necessarily true, because the transparency and the fact that everybody can develop the code is it enhances the security, because you can easily find the mistakes and you can fix it faster. That's for the contracting authority. For the suppliers, I would say that they mostly face the risk of very rigid requirements, and they are not able to meet them, because the contracting authorities usually set the rules for proprietary suppliers. For example, they say it must be compatible with Microsoft Office, instead of saying it has to know how to view the documents. And this can actually exclude the smaller open source suppliers from the competition, which is not what we actually want.
Thank you, Lucie. So Lucie has framed these key obstacles. Very good. So now let's bring in the technologists to hear how these issues manifest. So Jan, how do these barriers manifest when implementing open source or solutions? What do you need from procurement documents to create interoperable code?
Excellent question, thanks. I think that a lot of these barriers, like I would like to echo what you said, and also what Nicolas said in that keynote, which was really great, that someone needs to own the code, right? And changing your vendor from like a third-party company that just gives you software to utilizing open source might be quite not straightforward, right? So you. Typically, you have you have your vendor who takes, who you give requirements to, and he gives you back the code, right? And if you are lucky, they may ask you what you need or and figure out what you need actually, right? Because many people, many companies, governments, everyone, they know what they want, but what you actually need is a slightly different topic, and that also manifests into procuring open source, right? So suddenly. You don't have someone who gives you everything. You have to somehow be involved in that a little bit more. Who maintains that solution, right? Later, so maybe someone develops open source, but like who's going to maintain it? Who's going to set that route forward? So that's one of the things. Well, I mean, like open cities, right? Like, yeah, they can help you with your requirements and deliver some software solutions. And I see open cities as someone who can actually set this course for at least the circles that we operate in, right? But then Nicolas was mentioning governments, right? Like you can have the government body running it, or you can have private companies running the open source for them. It really depends which kind of a way forward you choose. Does it answer your question? What was the second question there? What do you need? I know. What do you need from from the document? Well, that's also tricky, right? I think you also mentioned that people may not necessarily know what they want or what they need. Typically, I don't know how many software developers are here, just to see. Not so many, yeah, a few, okay, good. Or people who deal with software at all, like you know that typically people like to produce like a massive requirements document, which is great, but usually doesn't cover everything. It covers kind of like half of the things, and then in the middle of the project you kind of need to shift gears and like figure out something else. So I don't necessarily need like a massive procurement document. I need constant feedback, like kind of work in the iterative agile approach to things. Of course, you need to have some legalities around that, SLAs and everything. That would be maybe something that you would be capable of answering. But from like a technology point of view, you need kind of like a constant feedback and like shifting that gear by to find something that people actually need and users, in this case, citizens, will actually enjoy working with.
Yeah, thank you. That's very valuable insight. And yeah, I must say that open cities, of course, are trying to build a way in this area. And it's often tricky because we see a lot of vendor lock, and we also see that it's often much easier for cities to just stay with one supplier and doesn't change anything because you know, they know the software they have, and it's just the easiest way. So they sometimes do not care about the vendor lock that much as they could, and they just stay there and do not explore any open source ideas or other suppliers. So yeah, that's also a big topic. Okay, so with these considerations in mind, let us go to the next topic, which explores how public procurement works in international context and how the upcoming legislation can assist us. Lucie, can you elaborate a bit on that? Oh.
On legislation. Okay, so let's say that I think the main topic now for the cities and so on will be the new cybersecurity, which is also connected to softwares and so on, because you need to set the rules how the software should work with cooperation with your supplier, which is a big topic actually. Tomorrow, I think tomorrow we will have a new decree of cybersecurity, which actually sets the rules for the contractual terms, I would say, what you have to have in your contract. And that's one thing you need to also focus on while getting ready for adopting new open source software. Other than that, we can talk about vendor lock-in. It's a big deal, of course. As for now, we know that it's not okay to have a vendor lock-in for many years. We have a European court decision that says that it's not okay if you just keep going in the way you are doing. You just need to get out of it. So maybe this is something that's going to change in the future. Probably we will know, because at this moment Europe and European states are talking about the rules for public procurement. So maybe this is one thing that will actually show us that it's not working, and they have to like new make rules in this area.
Sorry. So yeah, thank you. Hopefully we will see some more development in that area and some new helpful rules. So Jan, which technical solutions can help collaborations across borders? What standards or open source practices make code portable?
Great question. I think I might be a little bit boring here and say like what generally works for software development, right? Especially when you are dealing with people who don't speak your native language, right? Of course, these days everyone sort of more or less speaks English. That doesn't mean that everyone understands the meaning of the words the same way, right? So maybe in legal terms they are like very specific, but maybe very hard words that like common people like necessarily don't understand, right?
Yeah, true.
But when you are developing software, if you are writing documentation for the software, you can use simpler language that most of the people will understand. That meaning like not complex, not that's one thing. You may want to use the tools that are readily available. Tools that other people use more than less, rather something that's like commonly used. If you build your solution on some obscure, be it open source solution, that's great. But if it doesn't have many maintainers, that will go kind of sideways. So if you build your, be it open source on other tools that are available to like maintained, right, frameworks, languages, and so forth, you just don't open yourself to the possibility of being injured by lack of maintainers of one of your tools, or security holes in that as well. What else was there? Right, I mean, with that goes like the same can go for the standards, right? Like there are standards that typically private companies like to follow, more or less. So I think like just inspire yourself and use similar things, right? Like if you have API, make proper documentation for that. If you make it available to people in that way. what else was there? Kind of like a long question there.
You can go on. Well,
I can if you kind of like steer me some direction.
It's a very interesting what you say. No, the question was about what makes code portable, basically. So what can we do from the technical point of view? So to from the start, if we can make something.
Yeah. Well, I also again, someone has to drive it, right? Because if one, let's say one municipality, one city creates an open source tool that is like very specific to them, great. But if you want to make it interoperable for other cities, maybe that across the borders, right? Like you need someone to steer it, and suddenly that city went from, well, I have this cool tool, well, now I have to maintain it, and maintaining a product for other people is like very different chunk of work than just kind of doing it for yourself, right? Because suddenly you have to receive pull requests, what do you call it, requirements, right? Like someone else using your software, great, but they say, well, but this doesn't work for me, my process is slightly different, so how do you deal with it? And that starts to be a little bit interesting, to say the least. And then if you want to take this and elevate it into a position where you have something that many other, say, governments or cities, open cities, right, want to use, you need to be very mindful of these kind of quirks that those cities could have, and they will always come back with different kind of, I want to say, requirements or like kind of like a feature request. And if you don't have your mindset set to driving it from this point of view, then that open source was kind of slowly deteriorate into kind of like a ball of mud, right? Which, like code-wise, of course, which is not pleasant then for anyone to use.
Yeah, this is actually one of the biggest goals we have in open cities. We are trying to make some of our software solutions interoperable. So that's what we will try to build in the next years. So that's actually a really big thing. Also, we have the Interoperable Europe Act on the European legislation scene, which is trying to improve digital public services, which is trying to make these solutions more accessible to other nations, other states. So that should help, and we would like to somehow use this framework for our solutions, and also use our Interact projects in open cities to build this actual solution to make it like a proof of concept, let's say. So that's one of the biggest things we are planning, and all these things are very relevant, and we must tread carefully and start having all these things in mind in the beginning. So that's very, very important and interesting.
Talking about legislation, there's actually a petition for having the open source governmental softwares, so everyone can sign. Of course, there are like 530 signs, I guess, and it's still running, so if you're into it, let's go for it.
Yeah, and that's a very good remark. Also, we do know about examples from other countries that they have open source website for all the offices. They have a lot of, let's say, software from areas that are not generally viewed as open source friendly. Also, we have examples from NATO and from banks and from these areas. So it's possible. We should just, share the word. I would say that's what we are trying to do here, right? And try to showcase that it's actually possible in our environment. Okay, so yeah, please.
No, well, as you were speaking, I was thinking that, like, there is a difference between using open source and contributing to open source, right? Again, Nicolas alluded to that. There is one thing to convince government bodies to use open source. There might be some reluctance to that, possibly due to like security concerns or any other concerns. Like, this is not how we do things. Essentially, I think usually is the problem, right? This is not what we typically do. So that's one thing. And on the other hand, you want the government bodies to sort of maintain that solution, right? Go public with their with the solutions. Like, there were examples that we heard in that keynote again. And why are you not here instead of me? Well, maybe I would add Singapore. I had a chance to talk to some people from Singapore when I was there, and they literally have like a part of the government, what is it called, government tech, gov tech products. And they do literally focus on creating software for like A, municipalities, and B, for citizens, right? And any wild, like, wacky idea, they sort of try to implement and try and see if it works. And they do it in open source manner. Maybe not all the products are open source, but maybe the tools that are using, right? So they develop tools to be able to do something else, and they open source that part.
I don't actually think it's the idea of the petition to have all the IT systems, governmental IT systems, open sourced. I think you will always have like some crucial systems which will have to be like closed source, because you just don't want anybody else to see what's going on in there.
Defense.
Yeah, but then we have the NATO example, right? Yeah. Okay, so I think now we should ask our audience if you have any questions before we continue with just our talking here and our questions. So are there any? Please.
Thank you. You said that there is a difference between using open source, and I would rather call it free software, than contributing to it. I would say that I wouldn't see that as a difference. I would think about it as like a community garden, or a garden, you know, that I buy something from. If it's a community garden, it's automatic that I contribute as well as using it. So I think everyone, or what do you think? My opinion would be that everyone who uses it should automatically be prepared to contribute as well.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think that we kind of agree on that, even though I didn't quite express that. But that's not what we see, right? Typically, I mean, I use open source every day. It never contributed to those tools because, for one reason or another, a lot of private companies, like literally anyone who uses Spring Boot, like uses open source. Those companies don't contribute to it. It would be great to see that contribution, right? Like, because in your analogy, I'm the one who just goes there, picks a tomato, and walks away, right? Without actually like caring for the plant. There are few companies that try to contribute back to. I mean, my experience is mostly with private companies, though. So, but they try to contribute back, or they try to at least do something for open source. Historically, not so much, but I think the environment's like shifting and changing. I don't have any advice or really thoughts how to convince more people to contribute to that. Like, do you have more experience with that, or have you tried to convince anyone?
Well, I do, but I think it's a mindset thing. So, because I hear a lot here, you talk about suppliers of the open source, but free software has no suppliers. It's free in the sense of freedom. So it has a maintainer, or more maintainers, or main maintainer, and there can be many suppliers of that particular piece of software, but itself, the license says it's nobody's software, right? Or everybody's at the same time. So, and I think that mindset also makes it like something public here, you know. But if we think, okay, a public green, for example, is somebody else's job, is it really public then? Or okay, I can cut the grass maybe, then it would be a different mindset that would be closer to, okay, then if the software is there by itself, okay, it's okay to give back or contribute whenever I see fit, but it's a mindset thing, I guess.
Yeah, and it's also about money, right, isn't it? So the time my developer spends contributing to the open source, he doesn't spend the time working on whatever makes me money, right? I'm not saying that that's a good way to think about it. I'm just thinking that that's the way how a lot of companies, people think about that, right? But again, there are exceptions. And I agree with that. If I use something that someone gave me for free, it would be nice to contribute back and try to start shifting that mindset towards that. Yeah, I mean that's maybe something that we can kind of include in our I don't want to say values, but definitely like a good thing to think about. Yeah, thanks for that.
Thank you.
Maybe just to add to your comment, actually, we have a panel of public procurement, actually. It should be maybe in your point of view, public development, something like that. Because basically, if you look from the culture shift problem, what Nicolas said in his presentation, so basically public officers, they procure, they buy, they don't co-develop, basically. So the culture thing that you are basically mentioning is not there yet. And what we want to do with the OSPO Czech Republic is to bring this kind of thinking forward. Yeah, so maybe this could be next year panel, not public procurement, but public development.
Another questions? Not for now.
If I may, as I think about it, if we talk about it, like you still need to have somebody who does maintenance, service, and so on. So isn't this the part of contributing to the source code? Doesn't that do that? You are part of developing and creating the code, not in the right way, but you are somehow doing something better for the code. So, yeah,
yes.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
We all agree, right? Excellent.
Yeah, and there's financing, of course, and there are other activities you have to do about the software. You have to translate it to people who are not that IT skilled. You have to do some marketing as well. You have to do some teaching, I guess, about the software. So there's a lot of jobs. But yeah, the true is we are talking here about buying software, basically, because that's the state where we are. In most cases, we have also some examples of, especially some very active, most of the time smaller cities, which are able to develop something themselves, and that's amazing. We are always so pleasantly surprised when we see it, and we have those examples, and it's changing for the better. If we say the better is more open and more self-developed, co-developed, and so, but not everyone is there yet, basically. Yeah. Okay. Unless we have another question from the audience, I would try to talk a bit more about our next questions. So let's say we have this thing that open source is sometimes perceived as less secure because the code is publicly available, right? So how do you address these security risks? How do you see this? How do you explain this? Where's the security, and why is it secure? Why is it maybe not secure? What are the contractual clauses? Maybe something we can do from the legal point of view, from the technical point of view. What do you say?
Well. Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? Because like everything that is up there is public, and if you can find vulnerability in that, yeah, sure, you can exploit that. That being said, like security through obscurity is not safer necessarily, because if someone like malicious finds that vulnerability, then they can just exploit it, and no one will ever find it for like another 10 years, right? Because that source is just closed, right? I mean. You could argue. I don't want to like this is like a hypothesis, right? But like, why are there not so many viruses for Linux? Why? It's open source, but I don't know if I don't have study for that, right? So I don't want to go necessarily into that. However, another example, like Log4j, right? Like there was like a massive vulnerability. I hope that's open source. Immediately everyone started to fixing it. If that code was not open, right, and someone found it, like you could exploit like literally all the institutions everywhere. But however, because it was public, I assume, it went out very, very quickly, and people started fixing it, like literally like a nightless, dreamless, sleepless nights in people's offices, like, and everyone tried to fix that. So I would say that's, like, yeah, sure, it's double-edged sword, isn't it, right? Also, if you push your API keys into your public repository, well, like, no one can help you then, which people do.
Do you want to add something?
From the legal point of view, we are probably talking about the liability, let's say. There we can say that we can like separate the two ways of looking at it. You can have a code liability, which is like everybody can contribute to the code and nobody is liable, let's say in general. And on the other way, you have like a maintenance, service, and so on liability, which should be provided by the supplier. So it's about how you set the rules in the contracting terms, SLAs, and so on, so that it can enhance the fact that the contracting authorities would actually want to somehow adopt the open source, and then they won't see it as a less secure software, I would say, because you don't have actually other tools than putting it into the contracting terms from the legal point of view, I would say.
Wanted to add something? No? Okay. So thank you. Yeah, we have to take care about that also. So I would conclude with a series of quick answer questions, if you let me. So if you could give a public body one tip for tomorrow, what would it be concerning procurement and open source?
Let's go for open source.
For me as well. Yeah. Get better at that. Just do it. Is it like one answer or like?
Yeah, it's just quick answers.
Quick answer. Okay.
What's the single biggest benefit of open source? One word. Just quick, what comes to your mind?
Openness.
Tricky ones, right?
Yeah, that one is tricky. Yeah. Freedom. To a point.
Very good.
I was thinking about you're not in a vendor, but it's not one word, so I was
it's
like,
okay,
no,
that's
I'm
okay.
not
We will take it. We'll take it. Okay, let's do last one, okay. What do buyers fear about open source that they really shouldn't? What do the buyers or the procurers fear and they shouldn't?
They shouldn't be afraid of the accountability, I think, because when you put, sorry, it's a little bit longer answer, but when you put something that you work on and you contribute to out there, public, right? Everyone can see it, and immediately, sometimes people don't like when you can see their dirty clothes. So I would say, don't worry about it, because together we can make it better.
Let's say one last word.
I would say that they shouldn't be scared of the security that much. Yeah, because it's freedom, as we said, because you can actually react really fast, really quick, and you can actually modify it as you want it. So it's much of a freedom. So don't be scared about the security that much.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So if there are any more questions, we can have time for one more. If there is not, I would like to thank my esteemed panelists for their insights on this very difficult topic, and please, big round of applause. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for our speakers, for our moderator. And for now, we have upcoming coffee break for 30 minutes. So please, you can go, you can have a chat, you can ask additional questions that you did not make on time during this presentation, and we will see you in 30 minutes. For our online viewers, we will be there in 30 minutes as well. Thank you. Okay. So, we are 7 minutes over 12-ish, so we will start with our next discussion, which will be the Open Source Innovation Hubs, which is our project from the Interreg from the Interreg Austria, Czech Republic. And the speakers will be from our project partners from ITS and from the Technikum Wien, Lukas and Lucka. So please, I give you the microphone and you can start with the next discussion.
So, thank you very much. Hello, my name is Lukas Rohac, Senior Lecturer Researcher, University of Applied Sciences, Technikum Wien. Unfortunately, Christina from Vienna Business Agency got sick today, so I'll cover her part. I hope I'll do my best. I hope everything turns out fine. For our project, a few details. At first, we started last year in April. We had our kickoff, and with a budget of around €1 million, we are working in that Open Source Innovation Hubs project, and our partners at even a business agency who is leading that project, University of Applied Sciences Technikum Wien, where I am working in. Then from Czech Republic we have JSC and Open Cities, our strategic partners Red Hat and Jelínek. And this project is funded, is supported by the Interreg program, Austria-Czechia, and which is then co-funded by the European Union so far on these topics. And what are we trying to do? Okay, we messed up a little bit the slides here. Okay, sorry for that. Our aim is to promote interregional cooperation in the field of open source technologies, and also to establish 2 innovation centers, 2 innovation hubs, one in Brno, one in Vienna, and one has been already established in September 15th. I think we had the kick-off for the Open Source Hub Vienna, and we also do some cross-border activities here and there, so in Vienna and in Brno, and we aim to strengthen the competitiveness and also foster SME, startups, research institutions in terms of fostering innovation and digital sovereignty. You can imagine that behind these corrupted letters there. We have divided our project into 3 work packages. Number 1 is to identify local interregional open source initiatives and ecosystems, and we already developed a open source landscape map, which I will show in a few minutes. And we want to attract stakeholders for matchmaking, for coachings, for advice, and for support in open source projects, in their open source endeavors. And these hubs shall be contact points, so to say. Work package 2 is about events and workshops, and number 3 is where I am in charge, is in establishing virtual showroom, a digital showroom, to demonstrate some open source Fiware-based projects. So if you question, okay, what is Fiware? You probably know hardware, software, and Fiware is then the next thing. FI stands for Future Internet. You can Google that up. And we will provide some demo projects, open source, with guides to replicate them, and we will also develop, or we are already developing training materials for technical workshops, which are based upon these demo projects. The Open Source Hub Vienna, it's about Fiware iHub. So there are many Fiware iHubs in Europe already, and Vienna or Austria already got its own in this September. So we also initiated that here as well in that scope of the project, of this project. And it shall be innovation node for open source technology, strengthening digital sovereignty, and also enhancing the visibility for open source software itself, and fostering business models based on open source. So let's come to a little bit of Fiware. we are already developing demo applications from smaller scales, having one microcontroller with a sensor board and then using that sensor data to display in a dashboard, so having a very small scale project, to larger ones where we have around 60 sensors around our university, measuring data and combining them. And then also a larger scale where we use data from the city of Vienna for, in that case, for waste bins. So that's the project on the bottom right here, all around Vienna, having hundreds of sensors and providing thousands of data from different sensors. And tailored to that, we are developing workshops for beginners, for advanced, intermediates, and for managers. So now I want to point the attention to the open source landscape. As far as I have heard, we can click there. Okay. Okay, unfortunately, I cannot click. Anyway, you can open the QR code on your mobile phone, and what I wanted to show you is that it's possible to filter things, what do you see here? You see some open source initiatives there, and open source companies are developing and working with open source software, and we just started with them, and there is a button for register new initiative. So just please feel free to click on that, and you can type in your company when you're working with open source software, developing, contributing to open source projects. There are some drop downs for domains and for these filterings then later on. And so that's also here with geolocation. I would wanted to demonstrate that, but then fortunately I'm logged into here, I think. And so far from my point, if you have questions, then just please approach me afterwards. I want to give the word now to Lucy.
Thank you so much. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you. So now let's take a closer look at what's happening on the Czech side of the project, where the activities are coordinated by us, Brno AI, and Open Cities, as you know, the conference today. So my name is Lucie, and I take the side for Brno AI, as we are a community platform coordinated by South Moravian City Innovation Center, in Czech known as JIC. And our mission in this project is to connect the local ecosystem around artificial intelligence and open source within this project. Same as within this project, we organize regular meetups and workshops that help grow this community. As maybe some of you know, yesterday's workshop was also hosted by us. That was very interesting on a topic, how to create your LLM system, not relying on the cloud system. So I hope any of you enjoyed it. So, and thanks to our position within YITS, we also provide consulting and support for startups and helping them to explore the financial and investment opportunities and guiding them on their way, or how to their ideas, how to into real open source startup businesses. Back. Sorry. Oh, is it too loud? Okay. Okay. Can I continue? Thank you. So within this project, one of our key activities is building and connecting local open source ecosystem. We have already mapped more than 40 active AI organizations, companies, and mostly research groups here in South Moravian region, and that are working with the open source technologies in different areas. As Lucas mentioned, you can look at a map and go through all the subjects if you're interested. Through this mapping, we are not only identifying the key players, but also connecting them while organizing matchmaking activities and helping new collaborations, same as doing the regular activities, as I mentioned before. And finally, together with our partner, Open Cities, network, our mission is to make Brno as a vibrant hub where open collaboration, artificial intelligence, and open source innovations and new partnership that drive the entrepreneurship across the region. So next, let's move to our Czech partner, Open Cities, who represent the municipal and public sector of the open source innovation hub. Yeah, the other way. You all know what Open Cities do. I just would like to estimate what they do within the project. They are developing a reusable solutions catalog, which is curated collection of municipal software bundles, such as portals, digital forms, or data pipelines. They also create a living ecosystem map, which is such as public and continuously updated overview of their actors and stakeholders involved, supported by project websites, newsletters, and policy briefings to make resources easily accessible. Another important area is the showroom of the exemplars using Fiware, which is compatible interfaces wherever it makes sense. The approach is pragmatic, not dogmatic, and focusing on the real added value for cities and local governments. And looking ahead, Open Cities will host, hopefully, the next year of the Open Source Policy Forum 2026 and launch new open source pilot projects under their leadership and prepare a handbook and methodology for the Open Code portal. I hope I summarize everything for the Open Cities. This is important, and that's it from my side. Thank you so much.
Do you have any questions regarding the project? If not, you can also read about the project on our website or on the website of YITS, so there's nothing you will not find out. Okay, we will move on to the next panel discussion, which is for education and open source. Just to let you know, every time I saw there is a QR code on the screen, we will be sharing this presentation with you, so you don't have to take photos of it because you can access it later after this conference. And as I saw at the last slide, see you in 2026 with the question mark. Yes, we will see in 2026 next year, precisely on November the 6th, again before this Open Alt weekend. So that's for it. And now I can give my word to the moderator of the next panel discussion, Adrian, and he will welcome the speakers.
Hello, it will be my pleasure to host the panel discussion. I will try to introduce the speakers. We will have the Nicolas Gates, who is the OpenAcademy Forum Senior Policy Advisor. So please come and join us. Yeah. The next panelist will be Peter Holub, which is the CEO of BBMRI CZ. Next panelist is Jan Mysliveček, Director of the Institute of Computer Science, Masaryk University. Please welcome. And the last but not least, Lukáš Roháč from the University of Applied Sciences from Wien. Okay, so I would like to talk about, because we are in the panel regarding the education and open source, so my thoughts was to start or to discuss something like topics like adoption of the open source software in the academia, the reliability and quality of the software, and then something about the funding and how to make this this more sustainable to use the open source in the academia. So. Maybe I don't know how to organize it properly, but maybe I can ask you questions regarding that. So maybe just start with the first one I have. What do you think, or how do you think the open source in academia is mature today? The adoption of this open source. So please, if you have words on that.
Okay, so maybe I can start. So I have actually two hats. One is also of Masaryk University, being associate professor of computer science, and also working at the Institute of Computer Science, and also actually the European BBMRI, which is a research infrastructure on biobanking and biomolecular resources, so about sharing data for research purposes, particularly human data, human biological samples for research purposes. And I would say that on both levels, I do see, I would say, relatively mature adoption of the open source, and namely, that people start realizing that people have realized the limitations of working with commercial companies when it's not based on open source software, because of different vendor lock-ins, because of problems with transitioning between different vendors of different solutions. Even if these solutions are based on open standards, there are still usually caveats how to get stuck in vendor lock-ins. So basically, the open source strategy for academia and also for this research infrastructure world is kind of sustainability aspect. To make sure that, because there are highs and lows in academic and research funding, there are periods where you're rich and you can afford commercial solutions. There are times where also the commercial policies and the licensing conditions change. We have experienced it both at the university level as well as on PBMRI level. And then you are severely stuck. So in some cases we had to move away from commercial solutions. So the open source solutions are for us the safety net. And this is also, when I speak with my BBMRI head, this is also the default policy that any private or any public funding that goes into development goes into open source development. And as a net side effect, it also allows us to deal with some IPR issues when we have contributors from all over Europe, because we're an international organization currently having 25 member states plus WHO, World Health Organization. I mean, when we started in 2015, there were pages and pages of IPR clauses in the contracts which were then eventually all kicked out and replaced by the statement, all the joint developments are based on open source and these licenses. So I think this is the state of adoption, at least in my domain. Handing over to whoever wants to continue.
I can add some things. So as far as my feeling is, and of the experience in these fields, is that the adoption of open source software, technology, and things are quite moderate to high in research parts, in terms of education, in terms of the lecturing and teaching contents, so moderate-ish, yeah, and the part in the administration of the things, administration is more a little bit on the lower end, as my feelings are. On the other hand, I mean, on our university, we developed the administration system open source and started in 2004 and developing that, and we have at least 5 other universities which adopted our system and they use that and so on, and not sure how much they are contributing, which might be of more interest. I don't know about that, but as far as I've researched yesterday how much commits are there in that project. So it's and in the Christmas time it's 1 or 2 per week, and then other times it's more like 20 to 50 commits per week for that project, having 84 repositories, which is, I think, quite a decent number, and that's like our things to contribute to that world of academia in an open source. And but yeah, there are many things which need to be done, and also for working towards more adoption to the open source technologies in academia.
I'm very much on the outside, but my sense is that actual levels of open source software adoption and contribution are still relatively low, but that there's a movement towards openness, which is increasing. And what you also see is that outside of industry, like the sector area where OSPOs seem to be growing most prominently is in academia, which is quite interesting. So particularly in the US, but also a little bit in Europe now, you see these university OSPOs emerging as like a crucial leverage point. And I think that owes to a few things, probably a resistance to kind of like big publishing in academia, like a tendency towards researchers and scientists wanting to be able to work more in the open, and then the convergence with the IT infrastructures of these universities. You probably see kind of a perfect storm of circumstances that is leading to this, and I hope that it'll increase over time. You're also seeing a lot of like software projects and open educational resources emerging at a university. So something like Big Blue Button, which we use for teleconferencing, that emerged out of an education use case and is being more widely used now. So yeah, that's kind of my sense, is that the trend signs are positive, but the actual levels of adoption and reuse seem pretty low overall.
I would confirm that, yeah. So when we are choosing a new solution, I think the open source is actually welcomed as a solution. It provides the benefits that Petr talked about, that we deal with the vendor lock-in and so on, but we are dealing with the past, yeah? And we have some vendor locks 25 years long, and it's very difficult to get rid of them and replace them with something better, ideally open source too.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to catch up on that. Is it because of some perseverance of the users using the open source software and its quality, or is it like what do you think? Why is that we are so it is so hard to escape the commercial software?
Yeah, I mean, change is hard. So yeah. Universities, I was thinking about why we like open source, and the reason actually is we are slow. Because if we are slow and we are vendor locked and the vendor changes the prices a lot and we are slow to change, it's really expensive for us, and we do not see typically big jumps in budgets. We don't like them. Yeah? Our budgets are relatively stable. They sometimes nominally flat, so that means really decreasing a little bit. Sometimes they are nominally going up, a little bit increasing. But when a vendor comes and it's something significant and increases the prices by 5 times, which actually happened during COVID, then you cannot deal with that, right? And you are slow in changing the solutions. You could, at that point, if you were a very fast startup, you could just go to another provider, but we can't do that. Yeah, we are slow. So in that sense, the open source is relatively stable. You typically do pay for new features, which you can postpone if you don't have the money. And second, you don't have to pay that much if something happens. And moreover, we have people long term. Much more in the private sector at universities. So a lot of know-how is in the heads of the people, and the people maintain then the software. So that's the benefit.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Maybe if I may add something. So concerning how to change, how to make that happen, when we have a look at pupils in early stage schools and so on, what do they learn? Which programs are they taught on? Yeah, from big companies. You name it, you know. And then what capabilities do they have in which programs? Yeah, exactly these. Which programs will then be affected later in the working environment? Yes, exactly these programs. And yeah, which are then necessary to be taught in school. So we're in that kind of cycle. And yes, totally agreed. Not that easy. Yes.
So maybe besides what Honza has already flagged about it, the academic institutions are slow. I think this particularly pertains to the organizational part of academia. So there, I would say, what helps is also if we need to implement some commercial solutions, it's good to shield them off from the user to the extent possible, that we build our own interface between the commercial solution and the user. So if we replace the commercial solution by another solution, the user interface plus minus stays the same. Because this is one of the, I think, for instance, the HR and economical systems at the universities. If you suddenly want to change them at the university which has 5,000 employees, just the training costs and the resistance from the administration is massive. And if you're able to do the change on the back end, while you keep the front end plus minus some functionality changes that are inherent to the change of the back end, then it's much more acceptable. So that is one of the strategies I think even at the university we're trying to somehow benefit from. But even with that, it's not easy. And another reason is, now again with my BBMRI hat on, is that we're there on the, say, biotechnological research edge because we're trying to provide cutting-edge services to the researchers. And then we are approached by the companies who have massive private investments in development of technologies. And you sometimes want to benefit from that as well. You don't want to say, I'm not accepting the technology that is not yet available in the open source world only because it's commercial. So then it's about, I would say also sometimes we're able to do the white facing the solution, like removing the user interface and using it only as a backend and providing our own front-end interface. Sometimes we have to accommodate the solution as a whole, but then at least try to enforce some interoperability standard, which again in the research world is hard because if you're on the cutting edge, I mean, standards are consensus, basically. We're also working in the standards development. I mean, I'm even involved in the ISO myself as one of the experts in biotechnology technical committee. And these are things that take years, while if you're on the sharp end of the rope in research, you want to things to move ahead. And the biotechnology industry is moving also extremely fast because there are massive investments now coming in health data. I mean, the health is subject to, I would say, very high expectations from the investors. And then you have this challenge that you're basically between the Scylla and Charybdis. You're trying to accommodate the latest technology, yet not being locked in there. So you're still trying to enforce some interoperability. You're trying to make reasonable contracts with the vendors. You are trying to define some escape strategies. But these are, I mean, this is the same basically in the administration as it is in that part. They're not, the more advanced the technology is, the harder it is usually to have some escape strategy when you need to leave that solution. So that's, I would say, what's making it hard to move. And no, we can't, at least from my perspective, we can't say entirely no to non-open source solutions, but we really have to be careful how we adopt them, accommodate them. And maybe to your comment about I think you primarily targeted the primary education and the Microsoft, Google ecosystem. I think the positive thing there, at least somewhat, is that at least it's no longer a monopoly as it used to be. Now at least we have like oligopoly, and even in schools I see that the students are exposed to Google solutions as well as to Microsoft solutions, sometimes to some open source solutions if the schools are not rich enough to get licenses for everything. So in that sense, I think it's also getting better, and I would agree with you that this is the place where you want to start, so that also the students are aware, the pupils are aware that there are open solutions. I think they're interested anyway, because sooner than later they realize that the software costs money, at least when they're exposed to games or anything. So start to realize that it costs something, and when they can get something for free, it's sometimes worth the elbow grease that you need to invest on your own in learning something or overcoming some barriers. So introducing it early enough and bring the mentality to the table is, I think, what helps.
Okay, thank you. And do you think it is possible that such organizations like university or some research institutes are able to take the burden of maintaining the software, like when talking about the maintainability and the support? When you said that we can develop the front ends for the backend services and we can replace them as we wish, isn't it something that these organizations should not do, or?
Okay, I mean, I'll just continue and then hand over to whoever wants to continue. This is one of the things that we do actually with BBM Hackathon. This is what we are doing. We're continuously investing in so we're using the kind of the systematic core money that we have to at least maintain and conservatively develop the solutions. And then we combine it typically with some research funding that if we need to do some quantum leap in functionality, we can't do it with our normal funding, based on project funding, where we win the calls, we implement additional functionalities, and combining the two, it provides some safety. Another topic is that we're trying, as we're an international organization, I am trying to push the ecosystem in a way that there are at least two groups, research groups or implementation groups that are working on the same software solution, so that I have a bit more resiliency. Because in academia, things can also change like this. Sometimes some group is big, has 20 people, and then they lose funding, and within a month or within a few months, they're gone, and entirely gone. And if it's the only group that is maintaining certain solution, you are in deep trouble. So trying to have always a couple of different contributors or groups that are working on the same solution, and distributing the money that we're able to distribute somehow to multiple groups. Again, this is a little difficult in academia, because I would say, especially, I think you mentioned you have some experience in the US, or overseas.
Some knowledge of the US.
Okay, but I wonder how it works there now. I used to work with the US a lot before, say, 2014. But in Europe, especially in some countries like Germany and Austria to some extent as well, there is this Lehrstuhl problem, that basically people are taught to be extremely competitive, because they have their professorship seat, and that is and basically they spend their lifetime defending it. So the first question when I start bringing like those two partners or three partners that are working on the same solution into the project is, why is the other in the project as well and not only me? Because I'm fighting for my money. And that's their kind of mentality. So we have to constantly fight against this thing when we have academic contributors, because this is the nature of European academia. In the US, it used to be a little better, because the professorships were not basically lifelong seats that are then defended for the rest of the life, like in some of those countries. So when NIH or when NSF was doing some core technology development, and there was opportunity for multiple different organizations to collaborate on the same software, it actually worked. I would say a little bit easier than in Europe. So that's a few thoughts. Who wants to continue?
I don't know about the mechanics of funding and grants and all that kind of stuff in terms of actual support infrastructure. But I would say culturally, I think that academic institutions are very well set up to support open source software. So I think it's worth differentiating like the research side from the university staff side. I mean, at least on the research side, I think the trend towards open access is really important because it incentivizes actual sharing of code in the open. Sometimes it's actually mandated because of the open access nature of the research. So I think the huge movement towards that is very promising in the research community. And then in the university staff side, I think there's just a general dependability of academic administration, which can create challenges if it changes, but that presence of like people that have been there 20 to 30 years, I think if you can build up the leadership and the political will, that actually supports the types of staff cultures that enable kind of actual contribution and kind of actual maintenance of open source code. And I've seen that in several people I know that work in university IT. But again, it really kind of depends because I think there is still kind of a leadership gap, broadly speaking. But I would say, yeah, culturally, I think the disposition is there. And then I think the challenge is, of course, just kind of execution and the mechanics of making the financing work to actually do that type of work long term.
So from my perspective, we are, I think, actively using high tens of different open source products. And I think we are not contributing to most of them. Okay, so we would have single-digit number of tools where we contribute significantly. It's because it's just very, very expensive. So if I'm using some open source solution for whatever logs or whatever reporting, I need two people. I need one because if somebody is sick, then I need the other person, right? So that's two people. If I'm supposed to develop the tool significantly, I need 10, 7, something like that. I just don't have the money. So what we do it for the core products that we will maintain long term because they are core of what we do and we need it, and also where we can contribute.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Maybe I would have one more reflection to what you pointed out, and you differentiate the academic world, which I would totally agree with, and the push toward the open access and open science in academic world. But that does not necessarily result in reusable software, in that sense, open source. The fact that somebody commits something onto GitHub does not mean that it's reusable and that it's high quality. And we even see it within my little research group that I have with Tomáš Brázdil at the university. Actually trying to do proper software development dramatically slows us down compared to the others. Because if you just generate some more or less non-reproducible outcome, you publish it in a paper, nobody cares how reproducible it is. It's much, much cheaper. And Radovan is laughing because we have also experiences Europe-wide. I mean, we've also another colleague of us in the audience. Because we are facing also this from academia when we use academic groups to implement certain softwares, that the software quality, the idea is sometimes very bright, but the execution of the code is catastrophic because they're used to the mentality shoot and run away. I mean, you publish and then you go away and explore another idea. And when you start asking guys, yes, and then I need properly tested software, where is the unit testing, where is some systematic framework for quality management, what is that? So the open science movement has, I would say, more raised awareness, but has not brought the quality and usable software to the table from my experience. This is more the infrastructural world, the academic infrastructures that are trying, because they're dependent on providing services, they have this need for having some sustainable platform, which commercial platforms are, from sustainability perspective, are usually really, really bad. So they're pushing for producing such things that are maintainable long term. And the academic groups, and even from their, I mean, this is also one of the caveats of academic funding, because you are basically paid for so-called scientific excellence measured by very dubious metrics sometimes, such as papers, impact factors, and public and citations. These things don't necessarily favor any software quality. They favor the get it as cheap out into the journal as you can, and do something else. So this is where I think we still need some thinking. If I mean, there are, of course, because the reproducibility is an issue not only in software. I mean, this is plaguing the whole science world. And hence there are movements in academia toward making things in research reproducible and also higher quality software and so forth. But I would say these are still relatively small movements, and people don't realize how much more expensive things are becoming when you start doing things properly, not just hacking a couple of things together and run away from it. So these might be also things that we will need to somehow accommodate in the funding, in the research funding, or in this academic funding in the mid to long run. Because then you need a different model. You really need a model that incentivizes widely used open source software, that incentivizes that you're maintaining such software, and also incentivize that you're contributing to something that is already existing, for instance, with a new functionality, and instead of developing your own solution. That is again hacked together, and then you have like plethora of half-cooked solutions. Because, I mean, you can see it also in academia, in the career pathway, when you're applying for professorship and you say I've contributed to this and I've contributed to there, nobody cares. If you say yes, I have led development of this is my product, this is my product, this is my product, this is what you might get the habilitation for, be it professorship or associate professorship. And that the thing is rubbish, more or less, it counts better than if you contributed to something high quality, you invested a lot in proper contribution, and then it's just a piece of much bigger puzzle. So these are, I think, changes that we will need to implement in the academic funding in the long run to make things happen.
And would this be possible to implement?
I think there are already some movements, at least in the area of reproducible or say, software quality. There are movements in that direction. There are definitely big movements since last decade and a half, or almost 2 decades, in biomedical world toward the reproducibility of scientific research overall, because there were. I don't have any slides, but I could show papers that are Friedman, for instance, meta-analysis that was studying tens of different high-profile papers that were studying. Each of them were studying reproducibility of different research topics in medical research, and it turns out that between 50 and 90% of scientific research is not reproducible. For different reasons, from laboratory protocols to unreproducible software to unreproducible data generation to you name it. So there is, I would say, already awareness in the community that these are issues that need to be changed. Mm-hmm. But of course, the scientists themselves are torn. I mean, they're torn between still what incentivize them immediately, because these are publications, these are citations, these are impact factors, and what gives some long-term value. So I think those things are changing, but it's how long does it take to change how you count credits for professorships? I mean, these are years or tens of years. You're not changing this like every 5 years or every 2 years. The accolades, there are now groups on altmetrics, like proposing different alternative metrics, how you measure scientific output. So these are small steps in this direction, and it's a long journey ahead of us still.
I did a PhD in economics, being it one of the social sciences. there was a big movement at the time, given the reproducibility crisis that you mentioned. And the change was cultural. You still measured success of the people by a number of papers. But before, you could just take some data, run some analysis, and just report the results of the analysis. And this is what you published, and you got a mark towards your professorship, right? And then people realize that this is crap. This is not science, yeah? Because you can do regression hunting. You run 1,000 of regressions. Some of them turn out very interesting. Then you publish these interesting things. They don't measure anything, actually. Yeah? So what then became a basic standard for these kind of empirical studies? There is also a lot of theory, right? But for the empirical studies, you have to publish the source of the data, the raw data. You have to publish all of the algorithms, and then the result. And moreover, there are some journals that do think you tell them what you are going to do, and they promise to publish it based on what you promise to do, or what kind of regressions you will run, what kind of data you will collect, no matter the result. Therefore, you commit in advance what you are going to do, and this is the way how can social sciences do away with the problem of reproducibility, a little bit.
Yeah, and from my experience, the problem is, I think, I mean, that was what I described, that it's gradually changing, but it takes time. And nowadays, if I look at this biomedical and computer science bridge, you are also forced to publish the R scripts or whatever you process the data, or publish something in the repositories, how you trained the AI systems. But the problem is that the reviewers, realistically, nobody's rerunning it. They don't have capacity. I mean, reviewing is a voluntary work. How much I am now spending, I'm getting even from Nature requests to review papers because I've published in Nature as well, so then you start getting also reviews to review, and I keep rejecting it because I can't spend like half a week trying to reproduce what somebody else has done. So at best I would be reading it through, thinking a little bit if it makes conceptually sense, and that's it. So there are still fundamental flaws from my perspective, because as long as nobody's trying to actually reproduce it, you don't know if it's the mere existence of the code on GitHub. And that brings us back to the discussion on the open source in academia. The fact that something is on the GitHub or GitLab or somewhere, and it's referenced from a paper, does not mean it's reproducible per se.
The question is how hard it is to reproduce, right? Some of the things can be made very easy to reproduce. Some of them can be very difficult, and then the problem you mentioned.
Yeah, because I mean, if the method that is used in the paper, and I think this is where most of the soft sciences are, the more substantial part. Let's not overqualify, but where they are in terms of what methods they're using. If you just run it in R and it's like that, then it's easy. But if the reproduction of the result requires training an AI model worth of several tens of thousands of GPU or tens of GPUs at least, who is going to pay for that? I can't come as a reviewer and say I need the same budget that the authors have to train the model to just validate it. And it goes back in the science because many of the sciences are dependent on the lab. So theoretically, the reviewer should go back in the lab and try to reproduce it with their own data, with their own samples. That does not work. That's not feasible. So you are basically checking just small steps in between. For instance, you use the model that was trained by somebody else and just run the R analysis that is at the very end of the analysis. Yes, that works. That gives the same results. But you have very, very limited time. So back to the software. I mean, the academia does not reward doing code reviews. The academia does not reward somehow measuring the quality of what has been produced. At the moment we are, because we realize that unless there are policies how to move ahead, and the policies might be deposition of the software in the GitHub or publishing together with the paper. You set some lowest threshold that everybody needs to creep over. This is what happens. And then the question is it sufficient to declare it high quality research or not? Sorry for being a little negative, but I think these are still developments that are ahead of us that we need to move to.
Yeah, any thoughts on this? Because I would like to step back maybe a bit, because we reached very deep into the research software, which is again also the mainly open source thing. But I would like to get back to what Nicolas said about the leadership in having. When I imagine the open source adaptation from the point of the users, I imagine that I'm working with some collaboration tools which are not Microsoft or Google. If I would say we would like to go to some open source solution in whole academia, would it be possible to make the incentive to tell the ministry for funding that all institutions in Czech Republic want to switch and want to do some big project? Do we miss the leader, or do we miss some kind of is it very convenient to use the Microsoft or Google services for our users, or I
mean, practically from our side, it's very cheap and very practical, very easy. So that's the problem, right? Because I have to choose where I spend my money, and spending it on something we get so big discounts from Microsoft and Google that it's very hard to justify any other solution that would be 3 times more expensive and less convenient for the user. So that makes it very difficult to kind of practically change away from this. Yeah? I have to choose my battles and choose where I spend my resources. What I think actually happened over the past 5 years is all of the crises, starting with COVID and then energy crisis and war in Russia, then now a great president in the US and his trade wars, is taught us that the sustainability and sovereignty is actually important. So I think that's coming back to this. So my exit plan before Trump, second term, was going from Microsoft to Google. Okay, Google actively is trying to sell us. Prices are reasonable, comparable, services are reasonable, okay, people can live with it, right? Not big change for the user, not so big expense. Now, I'm not thinking about going to Google, right? I'm going to open source as an exit strategy if I need to, because it's the same problem, right? They are both US companies, I don't trust them, don't trust how they handle the data. Maybe the prices will have to increase because of some crazy trade war. Maybe they will just stop being able to offer solutions like they cannot do Teams in Germany or whatever at universities and so on. So I need to be prepared for the open source. So the crisis and sovereignty and sustainability forces you to think more about the open source than before.
Mm-hmm. Any other thoughts? Yeah.
Maybe just to follow up on what you said, on the European level, there is now even a directorate in the Commission that is dealing with the digital and overall strategic sovereignty of Europe. So I think it actually, I mean, now it's very popular to talk back about what is happening on the European level, but overall there are, I mean, people, at least some people started to think about the Mario Draghi report. It was, I think, quite an eye-opener for quite a few people on this European level, and then started to think about how we can get back to the sovereign, to the at least relative technological sovereignty in Europe. So there might be that might be actually for us an opportunity to piggyback on in the upcoming European funding frameworks. There will be more and more calls in that direction. And helping us, I mean, if we get consensus on the national level and then seeking for alliances across countries, we should be able to get our priorities into the European funding schemes, into funding programs. And not necessarily the ones that go through the Czech national funding streams, the cohesion programs, but even into the competitive ones on the European level. And utilizing this actually would make a lot of sense, because we need to get, I mean, the world, we don't want to have Chinese solutions. We, in the long run, don't want to have probably also US solutions. We want to be able to run our own solutions. So what do we need, where do we also need to choose the battles? And if we say, okay, the priorities are even these communication solutions, the priorities are back office solutions. There might be mechanisms how to move forward there.
Because you mentioned COVID, when that started, it was a Tuesday or so, on an early afternoon, we got an email, tomorrow, 8 a.m., everything is online. And yeah, and the students I was teaching right now, they knew it a few minutes before myself, because I was lecturing, yeah, and they told me that, okay. And everything worked. We had options, we had some open source solutions for online meetings and so on. Spun that up. I mean, we have an IT department which is very good. We have multiple people, and they are actually developing open source solutions, like I mentioned before. And things worked, but in the end, yeah, it was like we have so much load on these servers, on our internal servers, that it is cheaper to outsource this and apply from solutions from Microsoft, from Zoom and so on. And then, the decision to change, to move to change to these, that was within a few weeks, months, in that case, yeah.
Maybe just one question. Have you really found that outsourcing to Microsoft or Google capacities is cheaper than running things on your own? Because my experience is actually quite contrary, that as long as you use subsidized prices, they give you some credits upfront, very cheap for testing things. But when you start doing things at scale there, it's not cheaper than the national e-infrastructure services that we can use.
I don't know how it is right now, but it was in that times that was the decision was then a few months. Okay, we would need so much more server racks or whatever. It's easier and then quicker and better for now to make that switch. That was the situation then. But yes, we haven't switched back like as it is right now. So yeah, I'm not sure if it's to be considered or so, but yeah, open for.
Yeah, but it does not necessarily mean that the university needs to build that thing alone. I mean, in the Czech Republic, it's also not that the university is developing the national e-infrastructure alone. I mean, Masaryk University is one of those that is contributing to the national e-infrastructure. It's one of, I mean, we have a dedicated organization called CESNET, which is ACONET in Austria, basically, plus there are two other universities that are contributing, the Technical University in Ostrava and the Masaryk University. And together they're building kind of the common infrastructure, so that the individual other universities don't need to build. I mean, they have some small capacity of their own, but for scaling out, they can use the national e-infrastructure. And just my experience, which I've consulted with different people across Europe, especially when it comes to sensitive data processing, because that's my home turf since now more than a decade and a half. And the consensus was that basically people are relatively confident that they are able, the academically provided sensitive data processing environments are more affordable than the commercial ones, unless you get some subsidies for those commercial ones. Either you pay with, I mean, you're given something upfront, or you pay with your data, or you pay with your money. But it's not a free lunch.
I mean, very much depends on the tools and the set of things, right? So the Microsoft M365 environment is definitely cheaper. So I think they have a global policy of giving very big discounts on run rates for the degree granting institutions. Why this is why Czech Academy of Science is not using Microsoft, because they are not getting they are not giving degrees, therefore they are not getting the discounts. But when I take the whole product, all services and so on, it's actually significantly cheaper than what I could possibly do at Masaryk University. If you take specific things like running it in Azure or AWS or storing data or something like that, then it's actually much more expensive, and you can find a cheaper way. You can do it yourself, and it's cheaper. Yeah. So it very much depends on what we are talking about exactly.
And also you need maintenance for long term, which is then provided in-house. And also what was one bottleneck I remember from them was our internet connection. So like everything went to our university and then back and so on. So when you have that outsourced from Microsoft, Zoom, Google, whatever, that's their business. And yeah, that was also one of the issues there then. But yeah, I think let's come back to.
Thank you. And as I heard the success story with the COVID, I remember that it was also same case for the Masaryk University. We were really able to switch the education into in few days, basically. Should this success story be something that should lead the academia to like move to the open source more? For example, like saying that, yeah, we need the sovereignty in the Europe, and we are academic institutions, and we are using it very broadly, these solutions, because it helps our students, our teachers, and our staff. Should this be somebody, I'm talking about institutions like the CESNet maybe, the national infrastructure, or the universities, who should push the change and build the consortia and build the software stack that should be something like the Microsoft, or it should be somebody who is like commercial subject and he wants to build something like that. What do you think?
I think it would need to be from bottom up, so having the partners and same interests from the universities, from the research institutions, and then finding maybe possible grants for that or funding calls, and then applying for them. I'm not sure if it should be from top down, as most of the time there are sitting people which are not like working in that situation.
I mean, I think the larger cultural challenge here, which you kind of alluded to in research, is that things are very purpose-built, and there's actually a degree of competition which kind of limits collaboration in some sense. And I think you see that broadly in academia, even when there shouldn't be. So I think the idea of using public policy, specifically EU public policy, as a tool to say that there should be a common software stack for universities, and then using public instruments to do that would be very valuable. They just passed something called the Digital Commons Edict yesterday. And the idea of this is like taking some of these software use cases and bundling together different open source software components into something resembling a stack. And you can kind of treat that Supra project as a commons in and of itself. So you see that with like sovereign digital workplaces, this French-German collaboration. I think I could easily imagine something like that would be a common education stack. And ultimately, education is something that's being subsidized with taxpayer dollars. I don't see why a software stack should be unfeasible, but there are a lot of vested interests in universities. Some of them are more private than others, so it really depends on whether the universities themselves are willing to come together and do that. But I don't know, there's associations, say, of technical universities across Europe. I think that could be a really useful and productive way to start, is taking one of those kind of groupings of universities that have kind of a common ethos or mission and trying to get them to work together. I think that could be very productive.
Thank you. And when I come back to the research software, just some funny remark. Could this be some movement that the PhD students should do, or like is it possible to make a professorship out of?
Outsource it to a PhD student. Always a good idea.
Yes. Yeah. It was only some funny remark because we should close slowly the panel session, and before that I would like to ask if the audience has some questions for our panelists. Yeah, Jiří.
Thank you very much for the panel. I have one question. So basically you talk about research software and doing basically software as an output of research. That's one thing. We are missing the incentives. It's slowly getting there, etc. There is the second part, the infrastructure, for example, for borrowing the machines, for the universities. This is another thing when the research institution should collaborate, the technical university, etc. And then there is the stack for the running the university, like Word, etc., etc. Is it imaginable for a research institution to use some stack that is going to be developed as well in the public sector. Because, for example, what's happening in Zen is in Germany, so they have the open code, and it's actually good. It's like Google Suite, but it's for the public sector, and it's heavily invested now by the German government. So, for example, if the university starts to using this kind of digital sovereign European solution, so this could be a way forward. But is it unimaginable for you?
You can. If there's a need and there is the software and the tools and which then will actually meet that need, then why not? That would be my.
I mean, I think we are missing the head in Czech Republic, and I don't know what's your situation. So, Ministry of Education is probably the burden or the brake on the digitalization rather than supporting it. Yeah? So I don't expect them to be pushing forwards for these solutions. But for me, it's an option, right? So it's an option that we consider, so why not? If the ministry was supporting it rather than not supporting it, let's say, then it would be easier. Yeah.
Maybe, and that goes back to the previous discussion where you gave those examples, Azure versus Office. The reason why Office actually does make sense, and be it Google Suite or Microsoft Office, is because it's so broadly reusable that actually the investment of the company in developing it is spread across, and the revenues are coming from so many different fields that it's coming very cheap for us. While if it's Amazon Web Services or it's Google Cloud or whatever, then you are consuming resources that are for you, it's like developing a bespoke solution, custom solution for you. So I think that goes back a little bit to this point. The more we can reuse, the better. I can't tell, I don't have HR or economics or this background, how much all the tooling that is developed there is just reusable here, or it needs to be 60% redone because we have different legal settings, we have different processes. But if it's reusable, I mean, this is where it starts paying off massively.
I mean, we are trying to do that in Czech Republic, and it's not reusable at the moment. So two things: we actually, as we build the front end that you talked about, the back end was used by 7 different universities in Czech Republic. And when we developed the front end, we told them, we will give you the front end for free. It's a long time ago. The open source was not that popular, so we didn't release it as open source to general public, but we promised to give these universities. Nobody took us up on it. Most of them were smaller, and it was kind of too unsuitable tool. It was too big, too complex for them, for a small school. What we started to do now is we were looking at the processes at universities, administration, HR, whatever, and we spent 6 months just trying to align the names of the processes, not the processes itself, just the names and categories and so on. So the universities are very different. You have universities like arts, where there is 1,000 students and 1,000 teachers. Then you have 40,000 students at Masaryk University with 6,000 employees and so on. And the needs are so different that it's very, very difficult to reuse. And in my perspective, most of it is actually not reusable across the border, right? We have very specific legislation. So we can take something from the private sector that coincidentally works, or take an open source, adjust it a little bit for our needs, and then use it. Yeah. But if we develop it and we give it to others even for free, they will typically not use it. That's our experience so far, unfortunately.
Thank you. Any other questions from the audience? Well, if not, I would conclude the session. And thank you for the panelists for your answers and discussion, and thank you for your time. And I hope you enjoyed the discussion.
Thank you.
Okay, and a quick information for you all. Right now, there is one important part of our program, which is lunch. And then we will continue with the open source program office vision. Okay? Perfect. So we will see you here in like 50 minutes. Thank you. Okay, so we will continue with our afternoon program, which now will be the Open Source Program Office of the Czech Republic. And our other speaker for this panel will be, again, our chairwoman, Lucie Smolka. So please, Lucie, come join me on the stage, and I will forward you the microphone.
Thank you. I will unfreeze it somehow. Thank you. Play. Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you. Okay, hello and welcome back. So for those who haven't seen me yet today, my name is Lucie Smolka and I have the honor of chairing Open Cities, which is the organizing NGO of this conference. So in this segment, I would like to tell you a bit about the story of Open Source Program Office we are building in Czech Republic, or for short, OSPO Czech Republic. So before we dive into the topic of Czech Open Source Program Office, let's clarify the term digital sovereignty. So think of it as the freedom to control your own digital destiny, let's say. It means that you know what software you use, it knows where your data lives, who can access it, you know all those things. And also it means not being dependent on a single point of contact, on a single vendor for your services. Open source makes this possible. So the code is available for everyone to see, everyone can inspect it, everyone can adapt it, share it, use it freely. There are no barriers. So this gives us flexibility and security to know how it works, how we can use it, and choose anything else you want. So in this presentation, I would like to show you how openness, how collaboration and innovation comes together in our vision in Czech Open Source Program Office. So why Czech OSPO? So there's several reasons. I would say first we need to bring expertise together. So today, academia, municipalities, universities, ministries, they often use some open source. They are building their own software, but they are building it on their own. They are not building on what others have done. They are not sharing it most often. National Open Source Office will provide a single point of contact, so you can go there and ask for what you need and hopefully find some expertise, some information. So if you imagine, for example, a small town which is looking for a budgeting tool, instead of starting from scratch, ordering someone to build the software or procuring it from some proprietary company, they can reach out to this open source office and they can ask what is available. They can profit from the knowledge and from the experience of people who has done this before and who are experts in this area. The second thing, Open Source Office will be driver and already is driver of digital sovereignty and innovation. So open source reduces dependencies on proprietary vendors. It let us see what is inside the software. It let us adapt it, choose. We can choose who helps us maintain it. So we are much more in control using open source software. Also, these standards prevent vendor lock-in. So by investing in these solutions, we are building better systems for the future, and we are nurturing all the work we are putting into building these solutions. Also, Czech Open Source Office is a body which is bringing the Brno Declaration to life. Brno Declaration is a document we created a few years ago when we are organizing first conference, first policy conference of this series. And this Brno Declaration says that we are working on bridging the gaps between academia and cities and businesses. A lot of organizations and a lot of people signed this declaration. You can find it on Open Cities website, and if you agree with what it has to say, you can sign it as well. So Brno Declaration also says that one of the steps for the future is to build open source office, and from the beginning of these conferences and from the point the declaration was created, we are making the steps to make this happen. So we are not doing this alone. We are part of several networks which are helping us, and we couldn't do this alone because, well, open cities are acting a little bit as open source office itself, but to do it in this national context and to cooperate with other open source offices which are created within the EU, we have to work with others. So, the vision for Czech Open Source Office is big and brave, I would say, but every time we are thinking about this, we realize that we are actually getting there, and the work what we have done is quite enormous, I would say, and it's different for us because Czech Open Source Office is being built from the ground, from small NGO and people helping this idea. And it's different than usually how these offices are built, because usually it's built from the top, from the government, or from some ministry or agency who is in charge of digital services for the country. So that's different for us, but it's not impossible. And as I said, we are part of the networks which are helping us. So we have several goals. First one is to build a vibrant community around the open source office. Now what we are doing is mapping existing open source solutions and bringing together experts in open source. We are looking for these solutions in the academia, we are looking for solutions in government, we are looking for solutions in businesses and organizations like Open Cities. Next goal is providing support, because still this topic is not like super general or super known, and what we have to do is provide methodological support, training and advice. So we are creating and we are planning to create more documents and training activities, webinars and so on, to help everyone who is interested to learn more about this topic and make it easier for government officials and people who wants to build something using open source. So this is also a very big part of the work of Open Source Office. Next goal is create a platform for sharing best practices. So actually we are here for doing this goal, basically. This Open Source Policy Forum is biggest event we are creating, we are doing now. And we are really happy that you all are joining us in here exactly for this purpose, because you can share with us your knowledge, your experience, your advices. Next goal is to develop and promote a national open source repository. This is a project we are building with Digital Information Agency. We are really happy for this partnership, really grateful. And we are building code.gov.cz, which is a platform where public institutions can publish their source code, and well, anyone can access it and use it or contribute. So we are also working with EU Commission to connect either this repository or specific projects to Code.Europe EU repository, which can be then reused across Europe, and we can share our solutions and also see solutions used in other countries. Next goal is establishing a permanent office here in Brno. What we have done now is that we have created this virtual office in Brno. So OSPO is existing now, but we are existing only in online space and in the virtual space. So next step for us is to build actual office where people can come, they can learn, they can share their knowledge, their information, and we can showcase the solutions and invite guests and support this community building. So what are we doing now? What are the activities we are now performing? So as I said, OSPO is not just a vision, it's actually hard at work. And here we can see some examples. So we have CodeGov, a national repository, which is an important part of this ecosystem. We are also planning to create a methodology for this portal to enhance usability and to create some more information about how to put the code there and how the code should look like, and use the best practices from other countries who has already done this. Also, we are developing some open source solution ourselves. Now I mean Open Cities, which is, for those who doesn't know the NGO Open Cities, it's an organization creating open source solutions for cities. And we are providing these solutions for the members as a benefit of the membership in the organization. So they can use whatever they want, and we are helping them with the maintenance and with all their needs. Next, we are also part of the Interact project. You could have seen the presentation around the midday today. So this project is actually very important for us because it allows us to invest more funding in this idea and allow allows us to strengthen the cooperation with Austrian partners. So this is very, very important for this idea. Then we also have activities like 4 days of open source in Brno. Again, we are here for this activity today. And this is inspired by Brussels Open Source Policy Summit, and also by the FOSDEM conference. So we are trying to bring together speakers from the region, also from European Union, from the United Nations, and other organizations who are very active in this area, because we don't want to, just be in our Czech bubble. We would like to expand and exchange ideas with people who are more experienced or who have different perspective on how to build these ecosystems. Also, we are advancing interoperability. So we are with our project, with solutions we are creating in open cities, we are working to make them more interoperable, to create showcases that this idea of interoperability is could be put in the real world. So we are trying to make our solutions be portable and exportable to other countries. So let's look at the example of open source solutions from open cities. One group of solutions and projects we have is financial tools, and this pilot project of financial services, because many cities, they depend on proprietary systems. They are often expensive, they are inflexible, they are really hard to be changed for what the city needs, or cities cannot afford it. So we are trying to develop solutions which help to change that. So we are building these 4 projects. You might know some of them. We have Cityvisor, which is a app visualizing budgets using data directly from accounting systems. We have a grant management system which has a catchy name, as you can see. But the software really simplifies and streamlines grant processes for the cities, and it's really well received, I would say, and it's really helpful for the cities. Our new solutions we have is participatory budgeting software platform, which is enabling citizens to decide on what their city should invest in. And then we have a payment portal, which is a digital payment gateway, which is making easy for citizens to pay for the transactions, fees, and services. So together, these solutions, we would like to create a package of these financial services and offer this to cities like one solution. So to create this set of products and help them manage their finances and budgeting. So Open Source Program Office must be built on cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships. On the regional level, we now work within the Interact project to build open source innovation hubs, which will be established in Brno in Vienna. And those hubs will offer mentorship, training, co-working space, showcasing these solutions, showcasing Fiware in Vienna, and connecting all these professionals from, especially in Czech Republic, from academia, from municipalities, and also experts from AI area, which is governed by JIC. On the European level, we are members of the EU OSPO network. This is a very unique thing. This network brings together 12 or 13 organizations from EU member states, and it's informal, but their outcomes is very important for the work of open source offices, because it develops common guidelines, it advocates for open source solutions, it translates for us the legislation being created on the EU level, it allows us to lobby in a way within the EU solutions. So this is very important, and we are really grateful that we can be part of this OSPO network. Also, later today, you can see a member of EU OSPO network in the next panel. So that's also very fortunate that we can bring these people to here. Also, our collaborations extend beyond Europe. So we engage with UN programs. We were part of United Nations conference OSPOs for Good. So that was really amazing, unique experience. And for small organization for Czech Republic, that was a big thing that happened. So hopefully we will strengthen this cooperation in the future as well. And also we will bring one of the key persons from UN today in the next panel. So these collaborations, they help us learn from best practices elsewhere, and they contribute to these global development goals. By these collaborations and partnerships, we avoid building, reinventing the wheel again, basically. What's an important part is that we are trying to advance interoperability. Sorry, I cannot talk anymore. Interoperability across open source solutions. Part of this is we are building our solutions to be more interoperable, and also we are actively participating on creating the guidelines for this area. And to conclude, well, maybe before I finish, let me sum up a little bit what Czech Open Source Office means, and maybe how you can participate and help bring this to life. So first, Czech Open Source Office is trying to empower openness and digital sovereignty. We are building communities, we are advancing interoperability, we are creating cross-border partnerships, and together we can now see that it's really working, and it's helping us a lot to bring extraordinary solutions to the Czech Republic and to exchanging a knowledge which we couldn't have without these partnerships. Also, I would like to invite you to join this movement, join this open source program office. please, if you haven't yet, you can sign the Brno Declaration. You can check the Code.gov portal. You can get involved in our work. You can join our networks and learn a lot about the program we are doing now. Also, thank you for being here for this conference, because without you we cannot do this at all. And this is, I would say, most important thing, because we cannot do this alone, and we need you to help us, because open source, we believe, is the path to digital sovereignty, and we have to build together and create this sustainable digital ecosystem. So, please enjoy the rest of the forum, and that will be all from me for this presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lucy. I will now ask you if you could give us few minutes so we can set up our online speakers, and then we will start. So if you need to go to the toilet or for a quick drink, you can go, but be there in like 3 minutes. Thank you. Hello, hello. Hi, Miguel. Can you hear us?
Now? Hello.
Now?
I hear you. Yes, hello.
Perfect. Thank you. Hello, Omar. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Hi, Omar.
Good to see you.
Nice to see you.
I'm in Spain now. I'm in Barcelona.
You told me, yeah, I saw it.
To send you photos. We had a nice show. Wait.
Okay, so we will start in like 2 minutes. Is that okay with you?
Of course, no problem. As I told you, Nikola, I am really sorry. I have to leave in 25. I just need to catch a plane.
Yes, we count with it. We will give you the answers as the first one, so that will be fine. You can leave in like 25 minutes. Perfect.
Fantastic. Thank you, Nikola. I really appreciate it.
Are we live already, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. I don't see the room. I didn't know. Hi, everyone.
If that's okay with you, we will leave the screen on me and the other speaker, because it would be harder to rotate you to the audience. Is that fine? Okay, so we will start our next panel for international cooperation. And I welcome on stage our one and only panelist, speaker, Mr. Mr. Luděk Matiska, thank you. Luděk is a full professor at the Faculty of Informatics at the Masaryk University with a long track record in developing national and European research infrastructures. On the online panel, we have, for the first one, Mr. Omar Mohsin, which is an open source coordinator at the United Nations. And the second one is Mr. Miguel Diaz Blanco, who leads the team for interoperability enablers and open source at the European Commission at DG Digit. So thank you and welcome to all of you. I hope you hear me well. Perfect. Thumbs up, that's great, what I need. Okay. So as we've set up before, I will ask the first question to you, Omar. And you work at the United Nations, coordinating global open source initiatives. From your perspective, what role does the open source play in promoting international cooperation and achieving the sustainable development goals?
Thank you very much for having me, and I really regret not being there physically with you at the beautiful city of Brno. But hopefully next year I'm definitely never gonna miss this amazing event. First, let me introduce myself. I work at the United Nations Office of Information Communication Technology, where I have several hats. First, I lead internal OSPO of the United Nations. The second hat is that I lead a community of practice where we try to bring all the other UN agencies into adopting open source. Thank you for the question about international cooperation, and it's really an important topic. First, I wanna mention a couple of things that happen at the UN level that are really important, that can help set the scene about what we're trying to do. So a year and a month ago, all our government, whatever your country, your government has at the UN at the UN headquarters adopted what we call the Global Digital Compact. It's a very important document that lays the foundation on how what does what does cooperation mean in a digital space? And there, our government, all of us, after 2 years of negotiations, had agreed and put a very strong language promoting open source, promoting the digital public good, promoting the digital public infrastructure. So for us, this really lays the basis of what we should all be working as UN or international organization plus government. And there, let me just go back to 2 or 3 commitments. So our government all committed that by 2030, they will do everything. They will promote and help and finance the creation of open source solutions and digital public good solution and digital public infrastructure solution. They're committed to build, all of us, our government committed to build partnerships so we get to all work together, not only government, that there's this multi-stakeholder approach. So this is a very important document for us, that now our role is to take that and implement it and translate this into real concrete project. What does it mean, international cooperation for open source? And here, just a couple of things that are really key for us is that the Sustainable Development Goals, when they were created in 2015, our member state governments, again, said that technology is the main mean to implement them. Us now, we go even further. We say the main mean to implement the Sustainable Development Goal is the open source technologies, not the closed source technologies. And the idea here is that about the community that is global, that we can raise. Our UN Secretary General asking that we raise what he called it 1 million digital champions. And these digital champions that will be working on open source, on sustainable development goals are already there. That's the open source community. There's millions of people who code at night with people they've never met, with people who speak the different language, who are on the other side of the world. So what we're trying to achieve, the open source community have achieved it 20 years ago. If you look at all this all the internet run on tools that has been developed through multiple incredible cooperation around the world. So we just want to now, our big role and what we're trying to achieve is if we can get just 10% of the global open source community to start building software for the SDG. That for us will be the massive, what will help us really leapfrog for advancement of these goals. And to get there, so this is the goal, this is what we want to reach. We want the open source community. Now the millions of people that code at night before going to bed, either for pleasure, paid or unpaid, we want them to start building tools for a human being, for health, for education, for clean energy, for climate change. How to get there? This is where we have created this community of practice, where we're trying to outreach, to reach this community, to engage with them. And we have several things that we have already been doing that I want to just highlight over here. First, I'm today in the city of Barcelona, and we're very, very happy to announce that the city of Barcelona is the first city to endorse this UN open source principles. I don't know how many of you here had heard about the UN Open Source Principles or have endorsed them. Now, I'm happy to say 150 organizations already endorsed them. Basically, if you see the four, open source is 4 principles, the use, reuse, redistribute, that we all know that the OSIH has identified. So what we did here at the UN, we complemented the open source principle and we created 8 additional ones. And these are very important, that we want now more and more government and cities and organizations to endorse. And they say that it's open by default. That's the first principle that is really at the heart of what we do. Second principle is contribute back. The third principle is that we need to recognize the people that we're working with and incentivize them. The fourth one is that we have to be inclusive. Anyway, there's 8. And now we're really trying to set standard, a new standard in the open source world with these principles. Another big thing that I'm sorry, I talked about the city of Barcelona, but we have the first government now who endorsed them. That's the government of France. We're working with South Africa and others. Hopefully there will be a lot more by the end of this year. So in the next 2 months, there will be a couple of new announcements. We have the Linux Foundation, the Eclipse Foundation. We have the Sovereign Tech Fund. We have really all even the private sector. We have Red Hat and others. The big number of ecosystem players are now endorsing the principles, and hopefully we work with you guys to have more and more player in the Czech Republic and in Central Europe in general to be part of that list. Another thing that we do that is really, really important for us is this once a year, our superpower as UN. We don't have money. I don't know if you saw the news. We probably technically we don't have the most technical people, but our real superpower is convening. We can talk to everybody, and we have the brand, our UN brand, bring the trust. So we're trying to use this convening power by bringing together people from all over the world and have a discussion around what should be the future of open source. How can we channel the open source community again to answer some of the SDG? What is regulation? What is governance of open source? So these we do once a year in New York. Very happy. Last year we had the strong delegation from Czech Republic. I remember we had the deputy mayor of Prague. We had Mr. Yiri who was there and so on. And the idea here is really that there's a lot of conferences where Europeans talk to Europeans and a lot of conferences where Europeans talk to Americans, but really this is a global one. We had 75 people from 75 countries who were there. And I also here like to call on all of you to register and join us in New York. It's a very, very interesting. So we try to, what we realize more and more through these events is that every government is asking themselves the same questions. Every government is looking into digital sovereignty. Every government is looking into how to adopt, how to build an OSPO. And what we notice, unfortunately, is all these efforts are done in silos. Everybody's doing it on their own. So we're trying to bring everybody together. There's so many good lessons learned. There's so many best practices that are happening elsewhere, because ultimately the OSPO of Guatemala has the exact same problem than the OSPO of Czech Republic, that has the exact same problem than OSPO of Kenya. So how can we bring all these people together and get to learn from each other? So that's one of the things that we do over there. And lastly, I just want to talk back to finish. Sorry, I've been talking for a long time. Sorry for the other panelists. it's the trust that brings open source. The fact that that is open, that is transparent, has been really for us the most important element of open source, and the fact that we could have people from all over the world. Open source doesn't have borders. Code doesn't have borders. We keep hearing a lot European open source, the American open source, doesn't exist. Open source is open source. It is a global movement, and we should all really strive at keeping it global, and really here. Ultimately, we want that there's as many OSPOs around the world, as many in government, but also in cities. We want these OSPOs to be very functional, to be connected with each other, and then ultimately that will grow the size of the community, of the open source community globally, and will end up, anyways, benefiting everybody around. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Omar, for setting the global context. And if that's okay with our present panelists, Mr. Luděk and Mr. Miguel, can I ask Omar the second question so he can leave in 10 minutes? Perfect. So, Omar, I will give you the second question before you have to leave. And as you've worked on a lot of international projects, what have you learned about building trust and governance in open source projects that involved diverse international stakeholders?
The success of open source is the fact that there's no barriers to entry. The fact that anybody anywhere can be a solution. And here, really for us, I just want to go to 2 or 3 things. Financing of open source is important. To get through a successful project, we need open source does not mean free. And it's like, it's famous, but it's like the free puppy, but it's not like free beer. You have to pay for it. But what we realize around the world now, and here the German example is a very powerful one with the Sovereign Tech Fund, where they started this thing that is now being copied and followed around the world. That is a fantastic example of funding the critical pieces of open source. And here, and I know probably Miguel will talk more in detail about that. I know there's a lot of discussions in Brussels to have something similar at the European level. We saw Linux Foundations having something like that, and GitHub. So it's a common effort. So we welcome that. It's brilliant and it's fantastic that we all take conscience that we have to fund open source. The problem that we see more and more, that is, again, like for the creation of OSPOs, it's happening in silos. Everybody is running, taking care and funding specific project. If it's not done in a coordinated manner, it's not going to have the result that we are all expecting and we're all looking for. So here we really see, again, as UN, as an organization that brings trust, that we're not for profit, we're not political. So we want to play the role of coordinating this global response to funding open source or critical open source projects that happen. So as a first step, we want to build some platform where we could at least ask everybody who's doing anything on any tool or maintaining any open source software to share with us the data, just so we could see who's doing what. And then probably in second and third step is to coordinate, to tell everybody, to tell each player which critical infrastructure they need to be taking care of. But really the funding of open source is really key. And for us, the biggest success stories happen is when there's a clear and concrete funding. Another thing I also want to talk about is this concept of funding project for the digital sovereignty. Digital sovereignty is I don't like the word personally. Sovereignty means border, means close, means making sure I am autonomous without anybody. But actually to be autonomous without the outside world we need to collaborate with more people. Digital sovereignty doesn't mean becoming an island. Digital sovereignty means becoming more and more connected with others. As long as it's done on an open and transparent manner, which is exactly what open source is there for. It should be the way we should all be looking at the digital sovereignty. And unfortunately, it has been seen by a lot of government and countries as digital sovereignty is I'm going to close everything and be independent. And really, we call here on global collaboration. This is the most. These are the projects that have been the most successful that we have seen. And thank you again, Nicola. Thank you, everybody. Sorry for the long monologue. I'm from Morocco. I can talk for a long time.
Now, Omar, thank you for joining us today. I think, does anybody have a question for Omar? I don't see any raised hands at this moment. Okay, Omar, thank you so much for joining us. I'm sorry we cannot have you here for a longer time, but that's life, that happens. Thank you so much, and let's hope we see each other in person in Brno next year.
Promise, I can promise you that already. And sorry for the panelists that I monopolized 20 minutes of the panel. Sorry, guys. Have a good day.
No, that's okay. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, and while we set the global context with Omar that has to sadly leave, now we will move on to the European context, which brings me to Miguel. Miguel, from the European Commission's perspective, how do initiatives such as the Interoperable Europe portal or the Open Source Program Office help build stronger cooperation among the EU member states and institutions?
Yeah. Hello. Do you hear me? Okay. Hello and good afternoon, everyone. And I'm very happy to be here. I know Brno. We were, I think, 3 years ago to present one of our. To actually talking about the OSPO, we came there to make official the creation of the Open Source Program Office, the OSPO network, and as well Code-Europa.eu. You were asking about the Interoperable Europe portal and the OSPO. I don't know if some of the people in the room they know. It's a site. It's one-stop entry point where you find massive resources in terms of solutions, guidelines, building blocks, and we have been there for many years already. And when it comes about interoperability, this is the place you need to check. Previously, it was called JoinUp, and this is what we call it like a central hub for collaboration because everything about interoperability is there. We continue growing, and not only that, we add more elements, and one of them is what we call the EU Open Source Solutions Catalog, where we are collecting open source solutions from different member states, from different catalogs. Currently, we have more than 800 open source solutions from Italy, from Germany, from Belgium, from France. We are in discussions, by the way, with the Czech Republic to have as well open source solutions in that catalog. We are doing that through an external company that is working with us. So we really believe, especially initially on interoperability, but it's so interlinked with open source that many member states and public administration, they are every day accessing this portal, and I invite you to check it as well. We also have a module or let's say a part of the portal that is called OSOR, Open Source Observatory, which is like a collection of news, events that happen around open source. Also publishing guidelines, they do studies, and sometimes we do workshops as well that you are more than welcome to attend. So all in all this, we believe it's a bit the place to meet when it comes about interoperability and open source, and we believe that we are doing a good contribution. And the proof is that we get more and more visits every day. So the fact that we have a central point to meet, we think that we contribute to this cooperation that you were asking, Nicola. You were asking also about the Open Source Program Office, which is one of the teams I'm managing, and Omar was making reference to it. That's a funny case because the OSPO initially was more for Commission itself. We were created to make sure that Commission as a as an institution, embrace open source values and principles and tools internally so that we work better, more transparently. So we were designed initially to do to help the organization, but it turned out that we became the contact point between European Commission and open source communities and member states. So in that case, we were a bit the glue facilitating this collaboration. And every time we go to events like yours, but also in other cities in Europe, we are approached by these open source communities, and they tell us how good we are in putting in contact European Commission with open source and promoting open source. We have also had the chance to run some initiatives to support open source, like bug bounties. I don't know if you are familiar with bug bounties. These are security exercises where we try to have communities of hackers trying to improve the security of open source projects. We have been running hackathons. And overall, the fact that we are trying to change the way that Commission works, I think indirectly that's making us like a reference, and making that other member states, they also embrace open source and they collaborate more. So yes, these two topics that you mentioned, Nicola, the Interoperable Europe portal as a place to meet, and the OSPO as the engine to change and to put the Commission in contact, we think they have a massive contribution in building this cooperation that you were saying.
Okay, thank you for answering my questions. I think the European scale was nicely set up by you. And if we covered the global and the European, now there is left the national, the national sphere. So, Luděk, as someone leading the national and European research infrastructures, what do you see as the biggest opportunities and barriers for the international collaboration in open source within the research and academic community?
Thank you. Do you hear me? Okay, so I hope, I'm not sure whether you hear me here, but definitely you hear me from myself. I will take the opportunity a little, and thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I will now a little bit also use what was said previously, and not only focus directly for that. What I would like to do is that going from these visions more to the ground and then going bottom up a little bit, what it does mean to have open source within the, say, research, and because I'm going from the academia and research environment, what it does mean and where we see risks and where we see things which may be improved and helped to actually achieve the full potential of what we have, the open source software, especially. I mean, the academia is in fact natively open by term that the people are publishing, and the software is usually a part of that. Sometimes this is a service, but most cases are that some software is created. And one problem which we encounter regularly is in fact going to the quality of the open software. And this goes for the extended interpretation of what interoperability is. Because when we are speaking about the interoperability and being able to build the whole ecosystem where individual open source pieces create a common thing which we can use, and which is at this moment the major advantage of the commercial closed provided software. I mean, the ecosystem of Microsoft, ecosystem of Google, ecosystem of the Apple. These are things which where the major value is that the individual pieces work together. So we usually think about say interfaces, the way how the individual programs are able to communicate and making sure that the whole is really working together. But in fact, from the research initiatives within the or research activities within the open source, another aspect of interoperability, and this is the actual development of the software. Because if we want to make sure that the thing is sustainable, we have to take into account that the person who started to work or works for some time on a particular software will be substituted by somebody else. And this to make happen means that the software developed has to be created according to some rules, which we can take as the extension of the interoperability, that the next person coming in is interoperable with the previous person coming in. If you are using very, say, unusual software engineering techniques, unusual software tools, unusual programming languages, then, and this is happening within the academic community very extensively, then we see that there is no follow-up. The only thing how to do the follow-up is that somebody else will rewrite it from the scratch, because learning what was written takes much more time and much more effort. So this is one thing which should not be forgotten at the level, and which is these things which was, I would say, pet very heavily at the academic environment. And the second thing which I would like to also mention is that it was already said that the open source software is not a free one in terms that somebody has to pay. But the thing which we are sometimes forgetting, that it has two pieces of the paying. One is actually supporting the developers to take the software, to create the software and evolve it. But the second is also supporting people who are taking the software and who are using it, only supporting the production. Because again, if I mention the Microsoft, Google ecosystem, they have an extensive support system, sometimes invisible, sometimes visible, but definitely a system where a lot of people, a lot of effort and a lot of money going in to make sure that whenever a problem appears, the problem is solved by them, not by the people. With the open source, again, in the academia, it is very well known. You are left completely on your own. Is there a problem with the software? Okay, you have to solve it. Yes, it's open. You can, in theory, do it. But then comes the things which I mentioned. It is written in Rust, and you have no one understanding the Rust programming language. So you are lost. It's unusable for you. And this cost also is hidden and somewhere split, and it would be fine to make sure, and with that goes the governance. Who is actually governing? What we see, and this goes with the sovereignty, I would oppose what Omar said, that the sovereignty goes to the closing and creating new walls. For me, the sovereignty is more about control. Whether I am in control of things which I am doing. Like, can I change the software? Can I afford the software next year? Because if I have to pay Microsoft $1 million per year, and I know that the next year I may not have a $1 million, I am out of the control, because either I will convince them that somehow we negotiate a better price, or I'm completely out. With the open source, I am not out, because I will not pay any royalties. I am having full control. I may decide to switch to something, because the open source will give me more freedom to do this, to something different. But these are things which has to be taken into account, and these are things which are learning, and sometimes very painfully, through the academic community, that not everything is shiny when we have open source, and that unless we take care of who is governing the evolution, who is the responsible person, unless we agree that we understand who is doing the support, whether it goes with us, then we have to have the money for doing it ourselves, or whether there is someone, and how we get money to such a person or such a team which is taking care of really just the production runs, not the evolution. This is a different, we can have money for the evolution, but we don't have money for this part. And the last thing which was not mentioned, but which goes very explicitly with the open source software is the security and trust. Because if I am using open source software, I am fully responsible for any problems which are created by the software, say, because it's hacked, I don't know, I am responsible fully. If I use the closed or provided software, then it's easier as a legal fine, because it's clearly the responsibility of the company from which I'm taking the code, that they are responsible that the software doesn't include errors, PCs which can be hacked, or even PCs which were hacked deliberately already within this thing. And this is something which we should not also forget, because then the liability, and then it may go to the refusal of the management to use the open source software. When you support the development, but then you don't use it, like you mentioned, the European Commission, the European Union decides to use the software, but with that goes a lot of the responsibility for making sure that the environment is actually safe also, and it has those who are using it, or we have a proper governance where we know who is responsible and eventually even liable in case that something wrong happened. And these are things which I think we learned from the academic community, how to look at the higher level visions of completely open source thing everywhere. The support is important, and the human interoperability is extremely important.
Luděk, thank you so much for answering the question and also reacting to other panelists. I think it's nice because in the round 2 of our questions, I wanted to move on from the vision to practice, but you've already done that. Thank you. And I think it's a nice contrast to have these kind of panelists here, because for Omar, we could see the global perspective. From Miguel, we can see the European perspective, which is like the hopes and the things that how everything can work, but with Luděk, someone who is on the national, who works directly within the bottom-up perspective, you can see actually the barriers of how it works. Because sometimes when you are doing the policy, and by that, Miguel, I'm not saying any negative thing about the work you do at the institutions, but sometimes there is just these kind of walls between the policies and the actual reality of the people who are within this field. So, Luděk and Miguel, thank you. Miguel, do you want to react on the answer of Luděk, or can I continue?
Sorry, I was hearing some echo. Well, just to say, first of all, that I also like the word sovereignty. Luděk was mentioning control. For me, it brings freedom, and in a way they are related. When you have the control, you have the freedom to decide. So, and I fully agree that, and I think we will get now in the second question, that it's not, the interoperability aspect is an important element on that. So, but I think we will discuss now in the next round, I believe.
Okay, so you started it, so I will continue my question.
You're muted, Nicola, I don't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Perfect,
Yes.
Sorry. So you started the question and I will continue it. So, your team at the DG Digit develops enablers like EERA and the interoperability testbed. How do these tools make the collaboration and code reuse easier between countries and institutions?
Yeah, so these tools, they are some of the products, let's say, that my team is producing. The first one is called EIRA, European Interoperability Reference Architecture. And as Luděk was saying, sometimes open source is already good for collaboration. That's clear, because then people have access to your code. But if you are using something very exotic, or the way you're doing things are not understood by others, this collaboration is more difficult to happen. So EIRA is a reference architecture that we propose when designing digital public services, to make sure that we are all using the same Lego bricks. And when you design something in a member state, you design it in a way that can have big chances to be interoperable with a system developed in another member state. And it's not only about technology, but also there is a legal dimension, a semantic dimension. We should not forget about semantics when exchanging data, and a technical dimension. So this is public. Member states, they can make use. We have been using it in different initiatives in Spain, also the European Commission, in the world of higher education, by the way. There is a reference architecture for higher education. So we believe it's a nice complement to open source, where it's not only about opening the code, but making sure that what we produce is following certain architectural standards. And with this EIRA, what we bring is some architectural building blocks and some solution building blocks that we all try to agree to use, so that when we need that collaboration, or when we need that interoperability, we are able to do that. So this is EIRA about. Now, the interoperability testbed, that's another service that and it's SaaS. Member states, they can use it online. It's used more for conformance testing to make sure that the standards, your application is, let's say, respecting certain standards, because we believe that using open standards is equally important to achieve interoperability. So it's a solution that we put at disposal to member states. They can download it as well to make sure that when using standards like DCAT-AP or public code.yaml, which is used for open source software, or any other standard, are compliant. And this has been very successfully used for like the identity wallet, the once-only technical system, VIDA, which is VID for digital age. Many cross-European initiatives are using testbed. And we are very happy with the results. It's one of our most successful products, I would say, if not the most, in the unit where we are in digital government and interoperability. And at the end, what we want is just you build once and you try to reuse as much as possible, rather than having or reinventing the wheel several times. And so very happy with these tools. We continue evolving them, and if we are happy to present them even to member states in case there is an interest in this too.
Perfect, thank you. Luděk, do you want to react on this answer, or can I continue?
And if I can just small comment on that. Again, from the perspective of, say, the research environment, one thing is that the research is trying to be on the edge and moving and pushing the edge, which means that we have a lot of people who are actually creating software with the aim that their software may be eventually successful and eventually become accepted and reused, but we know that majority of these things will never actually materialize. And this is another thing, how to properly combine the innovative thing which needs to do new things, which may go beyond this interoperability, and which is natural for the science, and when these things, and how to recognize when these things may really deserve more effort on the standardization, on the interoperability, internal and external. And this is extremely difficult, and we know from the experience that the more we are trying to formalize this, the less positive results we get. So for me, the open and really open, again, question is how to properly evolve that through the push on the interoperability standardization, we are in fact not slowing down the innovation. And on the other hand, how to make sure that the innovation, that through too much of the innovation, we are not losing the really reusable parts, because they are hidden in the noise. And this is something for which I don't have an answer. If I would probably do something different. But this is something which, from my perspective, is extremely important to at least understand when we are trying to define either policies or some practical steps towards the wider adoption of the open source.
If I may, because I fully agree with Ludek, I think standardization should not kill innovation. And I don't have the answer either. I can just give an example on this, what I was mentioning before, the EU Open Source Solutions Catalog. We are not using a standard, actually, for the metadata of this catalog. We are using something called public code.yaml. It's something that was invented by Italy let's say, as a metadata standard for their solutions. It's super light, it works super well. It's not standard yet, and nevertheless, we have accepted it as a metadata standard for the Open Source Solutions Catalog. It's also used by Germany. So indeed, there are these bottom-up initiatives that we should be careful of not killing them, because sometimes their contribution is massive, and this is an example about sharing and reuse. But as Ludek said, I don't have the answer either. I don't know what is the right level, but I fully share his concern.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Miguel, for also reacting to what Luděk said. And as we were talking about European initiatives from the Miguel's perspective, Luděk, I also wanted to ask you, how do you see that the European framework, such as the European Open Science Cloud, support the collaboration across borders? That is one question. And the second part of the question is, I want to hear your opinion about the cross-border part.
Already in a discussion before this meeting, I said that I will not have a too nice answer, because from my perspective, the question itself doesn't make too much sense within the scientific environment. We are always trying to make sure that the scientific environment is international and that eventually that is global. So one thing is that the scientists are used to collaborate, and in fact, sometimes enforced, and sometimes it is absolutely necessary for them to be successful, to collaborate cross-border. When we are speaking about, say, the open source collaborations within the research community, the best ones are those where you don't recognize the nationality or the geolocation of the people who are contributing. You simply have a very good team which is working together, and then only eventually you discover that some person is from Hawaii, for example, and you didn't care at all. So from this perspective, purely going from the science and research, it doesn't matter. You are looking for the best people for the work, for the collaboration, and then you do it. So for that, it's much more important to have the, I would say, geopolitical understanding and eventually support and eventually defined borders, barriers. When we can't collaborate, it's not that we have to collaborate, it is more about whether there are examples where we, or situations where we are not expected to collaborate. I remember very well what things happened within some of the scientific communities after the Russian attack on Ukraine, because, for example, the Czechia very fast reacted at the political level that we have to cut any connections, including all the research connections with Russia. On the other hand, within France, at the same time, or within CERN, which is the international collaboration for the high energy physics, the approach was much more cautious and saying, okay, we should not be disturbed by some craziness of some people, some politicians. We are scientists. We need to collaborate regardless of this. And in fact, if you look at it at the moral and scientific point of view, there is no easy answer. And you either are more with the position which was taken by our country, or you are more open to say, okay, this is distinct. And we had seen it as the Olympic Games as well and everywhere. So for me, the question of the collaboration and cross-border collaboration is more, the research itself doesn't have borders. Their borders are coming from outside, and we need to find a proper way how to communicate it also within the open source collaboration, because naturally there may be risks, like we say Huawei is not to be used within the critical infrastructure. Does it imply that we should not collaborate with Chinese people contributing to joint open source project? These things and the questions are raised, and the answers, in fact, are not to be found within the research community, because they are definitely political decisions, not the research one. So to conclude, for us, the borders are more political, artificial barriers, and not something which the research itself is looking at and collaborating cross-border, and especially within Europe, within the US, but also in the past with not only with Russia, but also with the Chinese and other ways, was rather easy. And we are now seeing more the borders, not because of our own need or our own thing, but more from the understanding of the wider, say, secure sovereignty, securing the intellectual property, misusing of something which we assume that within our environment will not be used as the arm enhancing thing, but within other countries. It may be misused, the dual purpose things, which goes also with the software. These are things which are more for the discussion, for the dialogue, and then I would say more for the politicians to decide, and then how to properly communicate and propagate it into the scientific collaboration. Because from the point of view of the scientific collaboration, this is a disturbance. This is not something which we want to have. We would like to have a global collaboration where we don't know who is coming from where.
I really liked, Luďku, what you mentioned, because I think that open source by nature is already borderless. And maybe the real challenge is not to define the cross-border cooperation, but to remove the barriers that still make it necessary to label it that way. Miguel, do you want to continue on this topic, or?
No, yeah, I mean, I fully agree with your reflections, Ludek, what he said. Open source doesn't have borders, and same for science. I mean, and it's the same for open source. And as you said, Nicola, I think indeed it's more about removing barriers, and because it's not. It's not a productive discussion, and I can give examples also from European Commission. I think perhaps Moodle, an open source platform in the world in education. The founder is from Australia, and initially we wanted to focus on European open source project. But what is European at the end? Because perhaps the founder is from Europe, but the contributors could be from India, China, Russia, and so we fully agree with this view. And the other way around, sometimes you think that by choosing European you are free, but it's not. I can give plenty of examples where we in the European Commission, we had a hard moment with some European providers because we were super locked in. So it's for me it's as you were saying, it doesn't apply a geopolitical context when it's about open science and open source software.
Thank you. When looking at the time, I may ask the audience if there are some questions before I move to the last set of questions for our speakers. Are there any questions or comments? Anything? No? Okay, that leaves the space to me again. And Miguel, I will continue with you as you've started talking right now. So for the conclusion of this panel discussion, I wanted to ask if, what are the European Commission's priorities for strengthening the open source ecosystem across member states in the coming years? Especially in connecting the public administration, academia, and innovators?
Our priority will be to continue working on some of the initiatives I mentioned, continue expanding the EU open source solutions catalog with more solutions, continue publishing the software we produce in code.eu, which is something I didn't explain fully in detail, but perhaps something new that and for the sake of time also, perhaps I will focus on the new open source strategy for European Commission. We had one that ran from 2020 to 2023. It was more an internal strategy. It was a strategy for Commission to embrace more open source, the values, the practices. Now we are renewing that strategy, and perhaps a big change compared to the previous one is that in this one we will include an external dimension where we will not be looking only at ourselves, but we will, in conjunction with DG Connect, which is another DG in the Commission, to put in that strategy actions that could contribute to a more powerful and sustainable open source ecosystem, with some of the actions that Connect is working and put them like the open internet stack. That is something they are working on. But also we have an instrument called EDIX, European Digital Infrastructure Consortia, and perhaps some of you heard about it. There is one about digital commons. These are instruments co-funded by European Commission and member states, 50-50. And one of them is Digital Commons, led by France, Germany, Netherlands, and Estonia, I believe, where they want to work on an open source framework for public administrations based on very well-known open source projects. There is also another EDIC, Impacts, also more focused on interoperability. And so, yeah, I think I will focus on these two, the new open source strategy and the ethics. We think that these two are our main priorities if we speak about contributing to collaboration in Europe.
Thank you. I'm always happy to hear that all these initiatives are continuous and not just a one-time thing. So that's a good thing to hear from you. And now moving to Luděk again. Luďku, how can academia and public institutions better align to make open source the default choice for collaborative digital projects?
I don't have any clear silver bullet answer for that, but I think that there are several layers of what we actually understand under what you said about the collaboration on the digital. Whether we mean things which were mentioned by Miguel, that we would like to have the administration, the municipalities, the government running on open source software, and whether academia can somehow help with that, which may go to direct participation in these initiatives, or it may also go through the education of students. I mean, because the students will be the future people sitting with the governments, at least some of them at the municipalities. And if we push the spirit of using of open software and teach them how to use it properly, what are the caveats and what are the benefits, then we may actually help as academia, especially at universities, we may help the adoption in a much better way than just simply solving one particular problem, because this is a generation preparation. And there may be support from the initiatives going to the open source, going toward the universities to actually help them to promote this within the curricula as a standard way, which is going through all the curricula, because you never know who will end where and for which reason. And the other thing is, again, for me, natural, that understanding the benefits, but also the caveats, like I said, for example, the cybersecurity related issues, to make sure that together with the academia, we are finding proper answers, going, in fact, from the governance, from the reliability, from the operational stability of the software, up to the quality of the software and these things, and also the longevity of the software. Because one thing which I understand for the uptake of open source within the, public environment is also the guarantees that they will not have to change the software every 6 months. That there is a long-term commitment that if they adopt, instead of Microsoft, that they adopt, say, LibreOffice stuff and work on that, that there is proper understanding, I would say, at the national, at the member states governments level and at the Commission, if we speak about Europe, that we have to support the LibreOffice financially and otherwise, and even perhaps legally in some cases, to make sure that these things will not be thrown away. Naturally, it may happen with Microsoft, but we know that the Microsoft most probably will not get bankrupt or closing the business next year or the future. So we rely on that and we take it. And also we have some liability stuff. We have agreements with Microsoft, which gives us some ways and predefined legal structures what will happen if Microsoft will decide not to support particular software anymore. With open source, this is much more fuzzy, much more open again. And I think that the universities, and there I don't speak about the IT departments, but more legal department, economy departments, can help to understand better the implications and help to set up the framework which will eventually make the use of open software from the perspective of the end users as easy as it is now to be grabbed by some ecosystem like the Microsoft or Google one. And these are things for which we don't have answers, and there I see the real potential for the communication, understanding what are the problems, what are the barriers, and then going back even to the research, the education one part, and the research to try to find answers. And then again with the politicians to propagate the answers even up to the legal systems and the incentives and the instruments through which countries and European Commission is trying to help to build this barrier-less environment within Europe.
Thank you so much for answering. So we are nearing the 4 p.m. Are there any questions or comments? Oh, one question, perfect.
Thank you. I'd like to react to the...
Can you hear it, Miguel?
I'd like to react
more
to
or
the...
less.
Should I speak? And now? No?
It's better.
Good. Hello? Better?
Oh, now
to the microphone.
Yes. Okay, yeah. So...
To the big one.
The big one,
yeah.
Okay. So, just a reaction to the last word. So, if I would say governments and universities are one of the biggest organizations to be customers of software companies like Microsoft, right? So, I just hear that those organizations seem to point to the direction that those products are not maybe the best for them anymore, so they are looking for alternatives in the free software, because that's how I can understand what was just said as well. And that seems to me quite interesting, positive, in a positive way. And so not for usability reasons or for the features and so on, but for other reasons, that these huge organizations would be looking for open source free software alternatives. And if that works, then I see that, of course, the scene, the open source offering could then benefit so much from potential development that even much smaller companies and users would also then be able to use or like to use the free software.
Miguel, do you want to react on?
Yeah, no. If I understand the question, I think it's the right. Now we are in a very interesting moment where I think we are having the right stimulus to look outside commercial solutions and more look into open source. I think we are all aware about the geopolitical environment that we are. And here I do a comparison with 2020 and the pandemic. Before that year, it was very difficult for many people to get the laptop and do a call and work remotely from home. And we see how in a very short time we now move to this environment that looks even natural. I think with open source it's the same. We are in a time now where more and more sovereignty is on the table, especially for Europe. And I think we are in a very interesting moment to empower these open source alternatives. And I would like to come back to the or a point that we didn't discuss. Open source is for free, it's not for free, or for sure it's not for free, but when you talk about cost of ownership, how much is costing you? How much is costing you not to be able to abandon a solution if you don't like it? What are the implications? How much is damaging you? And one of the things we want to do with the new strategy is to have more clarity on this topic, the total cost of ownership when you go for a technological choice. Because now we believe that the sovereignty, it's something that needs to be factored in. And we think it can have an important weight when deciding to move to these open source alternatives. And just to close at least the perspective from Commission, we are experimenting since in a more intense way with non-commercial activities, because it's not only Commission. As I said, member states like France and Germany, they are working in projects like La Suite Numérique. So for me, it's the right time, and I think now it's the good moment to have that incentives that I think the person who was asking the question was asking for.
Can I mean, I thank you for this question, because
I cannot hear from here.
Do you hear? You should probably switch me. Oh, okay. Yeah. Now you hear me, Miguel? Yeah. I mean, I thank you very much for the question, because this is the point of view which I forgot in my speeches. Definitely, the universities, like was said with the Commission, can be a forerunner in adoption of the open source solutions. On the other hand, that's why I, in fact, although not explicitly mentioning, I spoke about the whole ecosystems. Because if we take our own university, the Masaryk University here, we did a calculation how much it will cost us to try to do not as good, but at least roughly similar ecosystem and making and taking care of it compared to what Microsoft is providing us, because we are now having this Microsoft coverage for the whole university and all students. And all the cost estimates were not order, but at least several and more several, about 5 times more cost to actually create an ecosystem which will be similarly set up, but still with the problem that we still have to pay Microsoft when we are going outside the university. Because for the collaboration with the ministry, which doesn't have, and using Heralize, but also sometimes with Commission, because they are still asking some Excels, which are so complicated that even LibreOffice is not able to properly work with them, and you are lost. And then you do a simple economic calculation and say, sorry, no. In fact, the reason why this is happening with Microsoft is that the cost, that Microsoft is very well aware of our power, and as a result, the cost which we as university are paying to Microsoft is just a fraction of the cost which would be paid by the similar sized enterprise. And then the economical calculation would be different, because the multiplication factor of the cost will be similar to what was our own estimate. But still, even with our own estimate on doing that, it means that we will be able to hire the people, to find the people and hire them to actually do all the integration. And that is another barrier that we would like, and this goes to the governance, this goes to the way how to make the liable, because if we, this is again one thing which we see, for example, within the large research infrastructures collaboration, not only national, but also Euro-wide, that we don't have people. And if we say that with the open source, not a single thing, but the things which are more ecosystem-like, goes your own responsibility to do at least part of the integration, then you need much more persons, skilled person on the particular side, across country, across Europe, than if you rely on a company which is centralizing these things, and which then is in fact much more economical. And these are things which we also have to take into account when we are speaking about the open source. And that's why I was mentioning several times the economics and the governance, the liability, because if we will be able to somehow mimic the positive things from the commercial companies, how they are making money, in fact, at the end, and propagate them to the open source opening. I mean, Red Hat started with these things. What we had seen is that around the Linux, a lot of companies started with the idea of open source. And in fact, what we see that they are closing the software because they discovered that it is for them more secure. It gives them the advantage which they need to make money to be able to survive and sustain what they are doing. So these are things which has to be, and this also goes, for example, for the economy and legal departments at the universities to do proper study and to do the research around why this is happening and what we can do to change this or to learn from the commerce what is good and put it there to make sure that we still have open source. We are collaborating on it, but we also have all the luxury of the companies which are now providing these huge ecosystems to us. And for this, we don't have answer. This is open question and a road forward. But I think that this is a major barrier at this moment for things which you mentioned on the adoptions at the university level. And it's nicely because we are using things which are open source, we are using things which are closed source, we are using things which we are developing, but they are not open source because we still have sometimes, or the people behind have this mindset of the commercial because, and they are selling it as a service, not providing the software itself. Even we are doing something at the international research collaboration where we are providing it as a service. We have no problem on provide a source, but the open source without proper infrastructure and proper setup of the processes is useless in this complex. This is again a part of the ecosystem. And these are things for which we don't have yet proper answers. But yes, you are right, we can move forward, but what I said, we see as the barriers. It's not that we are not looking at it, we are not trying, but at this moment, I would say we see more barriers than the advantages, unfortunately.
Okay, I hope that answered your question and comment. Perfect. Are there any other questions or comments? No. Perfect. So, Miguel, thank you so much. There were no additional comments or questions, so we will be closing our panel discussion. Thank you for joining us today. Luděk, thank you so much for being there as our in-person speaker. Thank you. And Miguel, I hope to see you in Brno next year.
Yeah, well, I'll try, and thank you for having me. I really enjoyed, and I had a very good time, so thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Have a nice day. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Miguel.
So thank you so much for your attention during this panel discussion. And now we are nearing the end of our conference, which means that my place will now take Lucy, and she will present the closing remarks of this conference. Thank you so much. I again will say that if you would like to have the presentation, we will be sending it to your emails, or you can access it from our social media account. Okay, thank you, Lucy.
Thank you. Okay, so hello again for the last time. I hope, and I guess you hope as well. So this will be just a quick summary, a few points of what we discussed today. So first of all, thank you for your participation, that you came today to this conference. We are really happy to be here with you. And we discussed a lot of topics connected to open source, to public procurement. We discussed a lot of barriers that we see in public procurement and open source. we also discussed open source and education. So then we learned that university leadership and IT departments must get involved, and also that universities and municipalities can work together to acquire open solutions. So then we also discussed international cooperation in open source, and we learned a lot of interesting facts. Sorry, I have a little helper with me here. So this will be very quick. We discussed our Interact project, so you learned something about our cooperation with our Austrian partners, and we discussed Czech open source office, which we established last year at this conference, and we are working hard on our goals. So, thank you again for being here. This was an amazing event. We are really happy that you are part of it. I would like to thank to the Open Cities team for everyone who participated today on this conference, and hopefully see you next time. So I would like to invite you to join the... Okay, I see, okay. I will conclude this quickly. I would like to invite you to join the Open Out pre-drinks today, which are happening in Faculty of Informatics Beauty. Yeah, Ukachenki, is it? Yeah, starting at 5 p.m. I think. And I think this will be all from me today. Thanks again, and big round of applause for you, because without you it will be nothing today. Thank you.
Also, a quick thing for those of you that stayed up until this point. Please, could you come forward here so we can take a group photo? There is only like 5.5 of us left, but I think we need to do it. So please come here. And then that will be all from us, but I also want to remind you that we will see each other next year on the November 6th for the next edition of the conference. Thank you.